Welcome to Championship Softball, brought to you by Eastus Media. 8 teams, 8 seasons, still hopeful to take home the state title. These 8 teams have traveled to Pratt, Kansas, and over the next 2 days here at Pinkall Field at the beautiful Green Sports Complex, one will be named your 2025 state champion. We've got 2 full days of coverage coming your way. 8 teams, 2 days, 1 champion here on Eastus Media. Welcome to State Championship Softball 2025 edition here at Pinkall Field at the beautiful Green Sports Complex here in Pratt, Kansas. 8 teams coming to town, or over the course of the next 2 days, one of these teams will be crowned your 2025 state champion. I'm Cody Eastus. I'll be on the broadcast for all 8 ball games over the next 2 days. So if you don't know me yet, by the end of this broadcast, we're going to feel like old friends. Should be some exciting championship softball here in Pratt over the next 2 days, and we're proud to bring you the broadcast. Couldn't do it without all the sponsors. If you became one of our sponsors throughout the week, we greatly appreciate that, and we'll get to many of those throughout the next 2 days of broadcast here. Game 1 coming up to start things off here at Pinkall Field will be number 2 Inman taking on number 7 Pittsburgh Colgan. Now, Inman will come in as the higher seed. They're the 2 seed in this tournament. They will be the home team, and Colgan will be the 7 seed. Inman brings a 22-1 record into this tournament. Colgan 16-11 for Coach Eric Wilson. Now, the Teutons of Inman got here by way of beating Bennington 8-1 in their regional championship tournament. This is their 5th trip to the state tournament, and these state tournaments, boy, as the day goes on, as the broadcast goes on, you can already see this complex starting to fill up. Teams made it to town yesterday. We're able to get a couple practice sessions in here at Pinkall Field. Stayed overnight here in the great town of Pratt, Kansas, and then out here early today, started seeing the gates filling up and fans coming through at about 9:30, 10 o'clock this morning. Everybody wanting to get out early and get their seat claimed here at Green Sports Complex. A lot of these teams and fans going to stick around for the day. Give you the rundown on the day. The 11 o'clock matchup, we mentioned this Inman versus Pittsburgh Colgan matchup is your 11 o'clock matchup. The 1 o'clock matchup will be the number 3 seeded Blue Stem against Onega. And then the 3 o'clock matchup, the number 1 seed coming into this tournament, Dexter Cedar Vale, will take on Medicine Lodge, not having to travel far to just come up 281 here to Pratt, Kansas. And then the 5 o'clock game to cap things off here at Pinkall Field will be Richmond Central Heights, the 4 seed, taking on the 5 seed in Oscaloosa. Couple things to note. This is a KSHSAA-sponsored broadcast. Again, I am Cody Eastus. Along with Eastus Media, we'll be bringing you all 2 days of coverage, all 4 games. 4 games today, 4 games tomorrow. So excited to do it. We will do National Anthem prior to this game is scheduled. A couple KSHSAA announcements. Not sure if we've got a live performance coming in for the National Anthem. We will have player introductions. Do want to let everybody know on behalf of the Kansas State High School Athletic Association and the Recreation Department, the City of Pratt, they want to welcome you to the 2025 Class 2 1A State Softball Tournament. This tournament and championship game is sponsored by the member senior high schools in Kansas. Throughout the Kansas State High School Activities Association, the tournament winner will be honored by being named the 2025 Class 2 1A State Champion. Activity programs are primarily for the student participants. The purpose of this activity is to provide a positive learning experience and opportunities for personal growth and participants. We will do starting lineups here, all starting lineups, not just players in the starting lineup, but we will read through everybody making the roster of these 2 teams before we get going. State tournament's always a little bit more festivities that go along with it, and rightfully so. Man, you play all season long, and a chance to keep the season alive once you make the state tournament. KSHSAA does such a good job across the state of Kansas and all their sites of recognizing all the athletes, all the staff, all the coaches that have been with these programs along the way and along the season. So we'll start with number 2, Inman. For the, we're going to start with Colgan. We'll stick with what they're doing here on the field. So starting off with Pittsburgh St. Mary's Colgan. Number 1, Brooklyn Barrows. Number 2, Caroline Imhoff. Number 3, Isabella Ascanio. Number 4, Rebecca Landsteiner. Number 5, Addison Dewey. Number 7, Reese Smith. Number 10, Ava Eisenhower. Number 12, Kara Osborne. Number 13, Catherine Duncan. And number 15, Lauren O'Brien. Number 18, Kylie Kretschmar. And number 20, Allie Beasley. Number 23, Bethany Lone. Number 25, Kyla Osborne. And number 34, Leah Scheibe. School information for Pittsburgh St. Mary's Colgan. Head coach of the Colgan is Eric Wilson. Assistant coaches Kim Dent, Bo Wilson, Superintendent Janet Eaton, and Principal Tim Conrad. Athletic Director Mike Carson. They play in the CNC League. And the Panthers ready to play some ball here at Pinkall Field. Moving on to Inman. The Teutons come in as the 2 seed, 22-1 overall. As we run down their roster. Number 1, Alexis Noon. Number 2, Charlie Linhart. Number 3, Maddie Parsons. Number 4, Olivia Bradley. Number 5, Adeline Alcala. Number 7, Cora McClellan. Number 10, Lila Levine. Number 11, Taylor Fraze. Number 12, Marley Ballard. Number 14, Macy Frank. And number 15, Ellie Timish. Number 16, Micah Ballard. Number 19, Allison Schrog. Number 20, Sydney Brooks. And number 22, Cheyenne Smith. Head coach for the Teutons, Bree Ryan, brings her 22-1 record, the 2 seed overall, into this tournament. Assistant coaches, Rebecca Butler. Superintendent, Stephen Jowers. Principal, Tyler Schroeder of the Teutons. This game today being brought to you by Murphin Media. Appreciate them coming on as one of our sponsors. Murphin Media will bring you the starting lineups today. We'll get to those here after the national anthem, but this game being brought to you by one of our great sponsors. And boy, small towns showed up to sponsor this broadcast. Murphin Media being one of them. Had a lot of fans, businesses reach out to want to help put this broadcast on. So we once again appreciate everybody that's helping make this broadcast an opportunity. We're excited to bring you some championship softball here on this Thursday early afternoon. And boy, the state of Kansas got some much needed rain this week, but I think things are going to time out to be just about perfect here as clouds are starting to part. Sun's trying to come through. Had a little bit rain early this morning, but by about 9:30 this morning, the rain out of the forecast, and it looks like we're going to have a clear day of softball for the next 2 days. So turf field here at Pinkall Field, rain never too much of an issue. Might be a little slick in the outfield, but no standing water, so good sign here. And Justin Crouch and this crew here at the Pratt Recreation Department, boy, they've been working around the clock to make sure all these teams and fans coming from towns across the state have got top-notch facilities here at Pratt, Kansas. So thank you once again to Justin Crouch and the city of Pratt for doing everything they do, have done, and will do over the next 2 days. We'll have the national anthem coming up. That'll be performed by Pratt's own Brandon Wade, our choir director, along with some of his choir students. So a live performance as the sun starts to break here at Pinkall Field. We'll take a break for the national anthem, and when we come back, get you all set for championship softball. Welcome back to championship softball here at Pinkall Field. We're set underway for the 11 o'clock ball game. It will be number 2 Inman taking on number 7 Pittsburgh Colgan. Once again, Inman comes into this ball game as the number 2 seed, 22-1 overall. Colgan, the number 7 seed, 16-11. This game being brought to you by Murphin Media, one of our great sponsors for the day. As we get to starting lineups for both teams, Colgan will be the visitors. They'll be at the plate first. It'll be Inman as the home team come in as the higher seed. Leading things off for Pittsburgh Colgan. In that leadoff position, shortstop number 12, Cara Osborne. Number 15, second baseman Lauren O'Brien, followed by number 25, center fielder Kyla Osborne. Pitching today for Colgan, Bella Ascanio. Number 3, number 18, Kylie Kretschmar behind the plate at catcher. Number 2, Caroline Imhoff in left field. Number 13, Katie Duncan, the designated player. Number 1, Brooklyn Barrows at third base. At first base, number 7, Reese Smith. And number 5, Addie Dewey. That rounds out the batting order for Pittsburgh Colgan. In the field for the Teutons, it'll be Lila Levine in the circle for the Teutons. Maddie Parsons behind home plate. Allison Schrag at first base, Marley Ballard at second base, Taylor Fraze at third base, Addie Alcala at shortstop, and in the outfield for the Teutons, Olivia Bradley in left, Charlie Linhart in center, and Ellie Timish in right field. Due up to start this ball game off, Cara Osborne. Opening at bat of this 2025 state championship tournament. We are underway. First pitch from Levine. Strike 1. A 1-0 pitch. Misses low for ball 1. Count 1-1 on Osborne. That ball popped up. No play to be made on it. The 1-2 count. Levine looking to start things off with an opening batter strikeout. Off speed low. Not there. Not sure if Osborne thought that was strike 3. She was heading back to the dugout. That ball hit to short. Nice play made by Alcala. Throws over to first for the first out of the inning. Levine able to retire the first batter to pick up an out to kick off this 2025 state tournament. And with that 6-3 put out by Alcala to Schrag at first, will bring Lauren O'Brien to the plate. Turns on that one, sends it foul down the third base line, out of play. Another 0-1 count. Levine looking at, tries the off-speed pitch inside, misses for ball 1. Evens the count up at 1-1. The 1-1 pitch again low and inside. Count 2-1 for O'Brien. 2-1 pitch swung on for strike 2. Big 2-2 pitch here off speed. Boy, that one just missed on the inside. Levine wanted it. Not going to get the call. Count will go 3-2. O'Brien trying to get on base any way possible. 3-2 pitch. Got her swinging. Fouled it back into the net. O'Brien stays alive. Count remains 3-2. Three-two pitch inside, got her for a called third strike. Bit of a delayed signal from behind home plate, but the second out of the inning comes by way of strikeout. Her first strikeout of the day for Levine, and that'll bring Kyla Osborne to the plate. That one popped back out of play. Again, Levine ahead in the count. Osborne looking to pick up the first hit of the day for the Panthers. Pitch low in the turf from Levine. Count evens up at 1-1. One pitch inside low for ball 2. Down the first base line, out of play. No play on it. Schrag going over, but quickly realizing that one over the dugout. A 2-2 count, twos across the board for Osborne. 2 outs here in the top of the first. Levine trying the high fastball. Couldn't get Osborne to chase it. Fills the count up again. Back-to-back batters now for Levine that have faced a full count pitch. Was able to get O'Brien down on strikes the last at bat. Can she do the same here? Foul tip. Osborne stays alive. Count will remain 3-2. Three-two pitch. Got her leaning on the off-speed pitch. And Levine goes 1-2-3. Teutons get out of the inning unscathed. They'll be due up when we come back in the bottom of the first. Welcome back to Pinkall Field as we head to the bottom of the first inning. Panthers not able to pick up a base runner in the top half of the first to open this ball game up. And now it's the Teutons' turn to see if they can answer and follow suit. Leading things off for Inman, Maddie Parsons. She's behind the plate today for the Teutons. Lead off duties. Great first inning by Levine in the circle for the Teutons. Now they get a chance to bring out the bats for their first time in this 2025 state tournament. Bella Ascanio in the circle for the Panthers. Quickly ahead, 0-2 the count. Once again, starting lineups today brought to you by Murphin Media. We'll round them out after this at-bat by Parsons. The 0-2 pitch down the right field side. Gonna get down. Dewey not able to come in on it. And a leadoff single puts Parsons on first base to open this ball game up. So Ascanio ahead in the count. And Parsons able to jump on a two-strike pitch. And now it's the Teutons with a leadoff runner. Boy, 80% of the time they say that leadoff runner, it turns into good things. A bunt shown by Linhart, gets down, gonna have to be fielded by Kretschmar behind home plate. It wasn't gonna roll foul. And just like that, runners on first and second base. No outs here in the bottom of the first. There's a reason Inman, the number 2 seed in this ball game, brought a 22-1 record into this tournament with them. And now Lila Levine, a chance to help herself out. She's in the circle today for the Teutons, coming to the plate with runners on first and second base. Takes first pitch, strike one. Down at first, Linhart. Parsons at second base after being moved over by the bunt, and the Panthers not able to get the out that often comes with that sacrifice bunt. Outside fastball just misses for ball one. Count 1-1 on Levine. One pitch. Panthers looking for their first out of the inning. Low inside fastball misses. Count 2-1. Levine ahead in the count now. Two 2-1 pitch. Fired in. Chopper down the right side. He'll get by O'Brien. One run will stay at third. Thought Parsons may turn the corner, but they'll hold with the bases loaded. You never want to make that first out on the base path, and the Teutons do a good job of avoiding that. They'll have a bases loaded opportunity as Taylor Fraze will come to the plate. No outs here in the bottom of the first, and the Teutons jumping on the Panthers early here in game one. Sorting a few things out there as a courtesy runner appears to have come in for Levine down at first base. And courtesy runner Cora McClellan. Levine being in the circle today for the Teutons. She'll have a courtesy runner for her. And off the inside of the handle, Fraze not able to take advantage of the bases loaded opportunity. Eager to jump on the first pitch and just got jammed up by Ascanio for the first out of the inning. Addie Alcala will come to the plate now. Left-handed hitter for the Teutons. Still bases loaded opportunity. Can the Teutons take advantage of it? First pitch, high fastball. Misses for ball one. Now the backstop here at Pinkall Field, not a real deep one compared to some other fields. So pass ball's tough to score on. If you're that runner on third base, you go to some other ballparks across the state or across your league, and sometimes you get a ball past that home plate, and it's a guaranteed run if you've got a runner on third base. Pinkall Field, not as often do you see that runner take on a passed ball. 2-0 pitch swung on for strike one. Ascanio settling down now after the way this inning started, getting back in the swing of things. 2-1 pitch, swung on, nice pitch. Evens the count up at 2-2. Boy, if she could get herself out of this inning, that would be huge for the Panthers. 2-2 count on the way for Alcala. Tried the outside off-speed pitch, just misses, so a bases loaded 3-2 count is what Alcala will be looking at. Boy, a walk is just as good as a hit here. And outside just misses, and that's how the Teutons will score their first run. Parsons will be walked in from third base. All other runners advance as Alcala, a patient at bat, draws the walk and scores one. So with one out, bases loaded, still opportunity. Ballard at the plate. Looking at a 1-1 count. Trying to do more damage than just one run here. Great opportunity. Swung on, first strike two. 1-2 the count. Bella Ascanio in the circle for the Panthers. Bringing some heat. Ahead in the count, 1-2. One out here in the bottom of the first. Inman looking to tack more on to this one-run lead that they've created in the bottom of the first. 1-2 count. Fouled down the right field side. Count will remain 1-2 for Ballard. Ballard stepping in. Now Ascanio doing the same. Count remains 1-2. Popped into right field. Dewey coming in. It'll be O'Brien that backs up. Play at the plate. Trying to come home and score. And Linhart able to come in on a shallow fly ball. Risky coming in and tagging from third on that. But Linhart, after seeing O'Brien have to drift back nearly towards the grass, able to turn that pop fly into a sac fly by Ballard. So 2 outs here in the bottom of the first, but Inman able to score one more and make it a 2-0 ball game. Removes the runner from third after she was able to come home. Runners on first and second base. At the plate, right fielder Ellie Timish for the Teutons. 0-1 pitch, fastball, just misses. Boy, these pitches are not missing much by Ascanio. That one just a hair outside. Count 1-1. One pitch. That one a bit too much outside. Timish ahead in the count now, 2-1. Two-one pitch, high, not there. Timish patient at bat after that first pitch strike. Now 3 consecutive balls ahead in the count, 3-1. A walk would load the bases back up. 3-1 pitch, swung on, strike 2. Good cut, just couldn't make contact. That one into right field, has a chance to get down. Almost a great play by O'Brien, dives for it, and then the ball comes out of her glove, so it'll be ruled a fair ball. Came out of her glove and then into foul territory, but past first base. Almost a spectacular play by Lauren O'Brien at second base as she hit the turf. You could see the wind almost knocked out of her. Now the field umpire checking on her just to make sure she's okay. Boy, and that would have been a potential play of the tournament had she completed that. But ball hits the turf, runners advance, 1 run comes home to score, and the Teutons add 1 more to it and now lead it 3-0. And Timish able to advance to second base. So it looked like what was going to be the 3rd out of the inning turns in to an RBI double for Timish, and the Teutons continue at the plate as Allison Schrog makes her way in. Panthers trying to find a way to get out of this inning. Looked like they were going to do it there by the great defensive effort from O'Brien at second base. The 0-1 pitch. Once again, Ascanio ahead in the count early. We've seen that multiple times this inning. And then the hitting by the Teutons gets patient from there. Able to turn some runners into runs. That one fouled back out of play past the net. If you've never been here to Pinkall Field at Green Sports Complex in Pratt, Kansas, beautiful setup. A little windy today here on this Thursday early afternoon, but a lot of room for kids to run around out back, fields to practice on. Only 1 field in use today for this tournament for the next 2 days, so multiple surfaces for teams to warm up and practice on. That ball hit back to O'Brien, this time able to make the easy out over to Smith at first base, and the Panthers get out of it, but not before the Teutons able to put up 3 runs. They lead it 3-0 as we head to the top of the second. Welcome back to the top of the second inning here for championship softball at Pinkall Field. You're tuned into the 1-2A state championship tournament being hosted here in Pratt, Kansas. I'm Cody Eastis with Eastis Media. We'll be bringing you all 2 days, all 8 games of this championship tournament. And it's the Inman Teutons who have put runs on the board first, able to put up 3 in the bottom half of that first inning. Leading things off for the Panthers, Ascanio at the plate. Ahead in the count, 3-0 early on Levine. We saw what the Teutons were able to do with a leadoff runner. Can the Panthers do the same if Ascanio able to get on first base? Takes that pitch for a strike, 3-1. The count down the middle, fouled back. Now it's anybody's at bat as the count has filled up at 3-2. Ascanio looking for the first base hit of the day for the Panthers. Off-speed pitch, way ahead of that one. Nearly sends it into the Teuton dugout. Looking for fastball in Levine. A good change of pace on that off-speed pitch. Really had her leaning. Pitch misses low in the turf. So the leadoff walk drawn by Ascanio puts a runner down at first base. Now it'll be up to Kylie Kretschmar coming to the plate, see if they can turn that leadoff base runner into runs, as we saw the Teutons do the prior inning. Jumping on a first pitch fastball, sends it foul down the third baseline. Boy, good contact that time from Kretschmar. Just didn't put it between the lines. Oh, 0-1 count after that foul ball, and off the turf into the ankle of Kretschmar. And just like that, the leadoff 1 and 2 for the Panthers on base. A much different inning than what we saw in inning 1. As Caroline Imhoff now with runners in scoring position will come to the plate. No outs here in the top of the second. Takes first pitch fastball down the middle for strike 1. Let's see if Levine can bounce back after putting 2 runners on to start this ball game off. High for ball 1. Count 1-1 on Imhoff. Down at first base is Kretschmar. Fouled back out of play. Imhoff down in the count now, 1-2. High fastball just misses. Count evens back up to 2-2. Looking to be moved over down at second base. Bella Ascanio after drawing that leadoff walk. Can the Panthers do something with it and move her around? 3-2 pitch, a big one here. Outside, fouled back. Imhoff will stay alive at the plate. Three-two pitch, off speed, just misses. And just like that, the bases walked loaded. So after a great first inning from Levine, comes out in the top half of this second and struggling a little bit. Walked the opening batter, hit the next batter, and then the walk on Imhoff will bring Katie Duncan to the plate with bases loaded. And now a conversation being had by the home plate umpire. Wants to talk with, I'm not sure what the conversation is, and I believe they're going to say the count was wrong. And my partner's here in the booth saying it should be a full count now. So what looked like was going to be bases loaded opportunity for the Panthers. And now some conversation as the crowd thinks that they need to add to that conversation. Best thing to do in this situation is let the field umps get together, sort it out. They're pretty good at what they do and usually get it right. So all runners advanced once it looked like Imhoff had drawn the walk. Then they got together, said, well, I think the count was wrong there. We need to bring her back. But the runners at second and third, they didn't want to go back. They said, well, we went ahead and took the next base. We'd like to stay here. They're not going to allow that to happen, so runners will go back to second and first base, and Imhoff will be looking at a full count. Fouls that back into the net. So the 3-2 count remains. That one a chopper to first base. Schrag going to come in, takes the out at third, and able to get the lead runner. Nice play from Allison Schrag. Heads up. Got to that ball quick enough to get that lead runner at third in Ascanio and prevent runners advancing.
13, Katie Duncan.
Picks up the first out as Katie Duncan will come to the plate. Runner still at second and first base for the Panthers, but that big play from Schrag at first to get the lead runner out at 3. what a difference that decision makes of, was the count right, was it not? Would have been a bases-loaded opportunity. Instead, that batter in Imhoff turns into an out at third base. Duncan, after swinging on that pitch, puts it into the net. Count 1-1. Pitch low for ball 2. 2-1 the count. Two-one pitch turned on. Will it get out of the infield? No. Alcala makes a great play, able to keep it in the infield, but can't make a throw after knocking it down. Good job by Adi Alcala just to get in front of that ball and a glove on it. Had to go to her right, dive for it. All runners advance. Couldn't come up quick enough and make a throw at first. That would have been a tough throw. But able to keep that runner at second from coming home and scoring. As if that ball had gotten out of the infield, likely Kretschmar would have tested the throw from left field and tried to come home. So now we're back to that bases loaded scenario, this time with one out. It's Brooklyn Barrows at the plate for the Panthers. First pitch takes it for strike one. Off-speed pitch, that one inside, down at third. You can see Kretschmar looking to score on anything that gets out of the infield or possibly behind Parsons at home plate. 1-1 count. Fastball way ahead of the bat of Barrows. She falls behind 1-2. And that pitch does get behind Parsons, but that short net that we talked about got a good bounce back from it and kept Kretschmar at third base. Boy, she wanted to run, but once she saw how quick that ball got back into the glove of Parsons, realized the better option was to head back to third base, and then the other two runners had to follow suit. They thought Parsons was going as well. 2-2 pitch fouled. Barrows fighting off that inside pitch, stays alive. Count will remain 2-2. Bases loaded here, top of the second inning. One out. And that ball, a short pop-up, will be taken by Ballard at second base for the second out of the inning. So the Teutons, after looking like the Panthers may strike this inning, have been able to hold them scoreless. Bases remain loaded. As first baseman number 7, Reese Smith, comes to the plate. 2 outs now here in the top of this second inning. And a dribbler, Parsons, comes out and gets it. And the Teutons able to get out of the inning unscathed after bases loaded. No outs for the Panthers. The Teutons still lead it 3-0 as we head to the bottom of the second here on Eastus Media. Welcome back to championship softball here at Pinkall Field. Teutons get out of a jam in the top half of the second. The Panthers leave 3 stranded on base, and it'll be Alexis Noon, designated player for the Teutons, due up here to start them off in the bottom of the second inning. Ascanio in the circle for the Panthers. Ahead in the count. 0-2 early here. In this championship level softball too, you look back at an inning like that where the Panthers had some opportunities, just not able to convert them, and every run so important at this level, at this point in the season for both teams. That pitch outside misses, count goes 1-2. Noon trying to get the Teutons going here at the bottom of the lineup. See if they can get back to the top. And Parsons, they cannot. Noon will go down on strikes swinging for the first out of the inning. That'll be Maddie Parsons back to the top of the lineup. Started this ball game off with a base hit.
Now batting number 3, Maddie.
See if she can do the same again as she comes to the plate for her second plate appearance of the day. Hits one back to Levine Ascanio at first, and goes to Smith for the easy out. Didn't have to move far out of the circle. And Ascanio picks up 2 quick outs here in the bottom of the second.
Number 2, Charlie Leonhardt.
Charlie Leonhardt now will come to the plate. Also able to get on base, her first plate appearance. Swinging aggressive on first pitch. Not able to make contact, behind in the count, 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Checked her swing, but got it back in time. Count evens up at 1-1. The 1-1 pitch on the way. Inside misses for ball 2. So 2 quick outs to start this inning off for Ascanio. Teutons back to the top of their lineup. Leonhardt trying to spark a 2-out rally. 2-1 pitch high, just misses, ball 3. Now a hitter's count for Leonhardt. She'll be looking at a 3-1 count, 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. That pitch fouled back into the net. Big pitch here. Can Ascanio go 1-2-3 through the lineup here in the bottom of the second? The Teutons able to get a runner on base, a chance at a 2-out rally. Leonhardt down the third base line, and it'll spin into foul territory. Had a chance of staying fair. Barrow's coming in on it, let it pick up a few more bounces, and eventually went foul. Leonhardt will step back in. Count remains 3-2. 2 outs here in the bottom of the second inning. Ascanio, the 3-2 pitch. Tried inside, jammed her up. Leonhardt able to fight it off. Fouls one back into the net. Good battle between Ascanio and Leonhardt here. It'll be the payoff pitch on the way for Ascanio. Turns on that one, and it won't stay fair. That's the hardest hit ball we've seen today so far from Leonhardt. Sent that one down the left field line. Wind pushing from the north. It didn't have a chance. So now both Ascanio and Leonhardt trying to figure out how to win this battle. Count remains 3-2. 3-2 pitch off speed high, and after a lengthy at-bat, Charlie Linhart able to draw the 2-out walk, and that'll bring Lila Levine to the plate. Trying to help herself out in the circle today for the Teutons. Has a chance here to put together a bit of a 2-out rally after the walk drawn from Linhart. Linhart, a good lead down there at first base on the secondary, comes back after being checked from Kretschmar behind the plate. Inside pitch misses for ball 2. Linhart stays put down at first base. The 2-0 pitch turned on into right center field, and that will get down. Dewey chasing it, now has to come in on it. Linhart heads for third base, and a 2-out single moves Linhart from first to third. Runners on the corners as Taylor Fraze will come to the plate for the Teutons. So 2 quick outs from Ascanio in the circle, and then that 2-out walk drawn by Linhart. Now see if the bats can come alive for the Teutons. Runners on the corners as Fraze trying to keep the inning going. Down at third base is Linhart. Pitch inside. Linhart being checked back to third base. Kretschmar keeping a close eye on her. And a hard hit ball to short. Osborne makes the backhand. Can she make the throw? The throw off the mark. Runner safe. 1 run comes home. Another coming home. And the Teutons score 2 on the overthrow from Osborne. Both Linhart and the courtesy runner for Levine able to come home and score. And now we do have a player down. First baseman Reese Smith really having to stretch for that ball, getting her hamstring stretched out. They'll take a look at her. Fraze remains down at first base after the 2 runs, able to come home and score on that hard hit ball. Osborne with a great play at shortstop for the Panthers. Had to go to her backhand side, come up quick and throw. And the speed of Fraze put a little pressure on Osborne, and the throw just off the mark. Smith tried to stretch and do all she could to bring it in, just couldn't get it. And then the pass ball, as it went to the fence, allowed Linhart and Levine to come in and make it a 5-0 ball game here in the bottom of the second. Addie Alcala, the shortstop for the Teutons now, will try to keep this 2-out rally alive. She comes to the plate. Runner will take second base. No throwdown from Kretschmar. Fraze heads to second base, puts the runner just that much closer. Now for a chance at an RBI for Alcala. Low and outside. Count 1-1. The 1-1 pitch just misses high. Count 2-1. Two 2-1 pitch turned on, pulled to the right side. O'Brien, the routine grounder, makes the throw, and the Panthers finally get out of the inning, but not before the Teutons can score 2 more and take a 5-0 lead into the top of the third when we come back. Welcome back. Top of the third inning here in game one of this championship two-day tournament here in Pratt, Kansas. Teutons lead at 5-0 as the Panthers back to the top of their lineup as Kara Osborne comes to the plate. First pitch inside for ball one. Levine in the circle for the Teutons. Fouled back into the net for strike one. Count 1-1. Osborne grounded out to short. Her first at bat back in the first inning. Second trip to the plate. That one a hard hit ball to right center field. Has a chance to get down, and it does. So Carla Osborne, a leadoff single to start the top of this third inning. Saw the Panthers able to produce base runners last inning, just could not convert those into runs. And a leadoff runner in Osborne, a great opportunity here to do it again in the top of the third inning. Coming to the plate, jumping on that first pitch is Lauren O'Brien, fouled it back. The 0-1 pitch misses for ball one. Got her swinging on the outside pitch. Nice pitch from Levine. Now ahead in the count 1-2 as O'Brien couldn't connect on that fastball. Down at first base, Osborne looking to be moved around. The 1-2 pitch off speed, really. Leaning had to chase that one. Pulled it foul into the fence. Seen that so far through 3 innings from Levine. Great change of pace in the circle. Able to change up that fastball with the off-speed pitch and has had these Panther batters guessing. That time the inside pitch got her swinging for the first out of the inning. O'Brien goes down on strikes. And Kyla Osborne will come to the plate now. Struck out her first at bat, so looking for first base hit. First pitch misses high for ball one. Another ball two. Something Teutons teams. Parsons behind the plate. When she's got a runner on, she comes to the pitcher very quickly. Makes you wonder if coming as quick as she gets that ball back to Levine in the circle. She changes it. I'm not so quick, but like she's going to go to, but just gets it right back. Just one more thing to keep and a quick 4-pitch walk. Osborne draws the 1-out walk. Puts runners at first and second for the Teutons. Excuse me, for the Panthers. That'll bring Bella to the plate. Well, she'd love to help herself today for the Panthers. Now a chance with runners out there on the base path to create some offense of her own. Takes the first pitch, didn't like it. For the 0-1 pitch. Check swung back into the glove of Parsons for strike two. Ascanio down quick here in the count, 0-2. The 0-2 pitch, fought it off, will stay alive. You had to know on that 0-2 pitch, Levine wasn't going to give Ascanio anything good to look at. Tried to get her on the inside off-speed pitch. A good job by Ascanio to fight that off. Count remains 0-2. That one pulled down the third baseline and just foul. Well, that would have scored a run, if not two, if it was a foot to the right. Count still 0-2. Inside pitch misses for ball one. Excuse me, 2-2. Count 2-2. 2-2 pitch on the way. Jammed her up, turned it, hit it to third. Fraze gets the tag, throws to first, bobbled at first, safe. And I don't know that she got the tag put on at third. Is that runner coming home now? And the Panthers score their first run of the day on a bit of a fielding error on the Teutons. Fraze made the nice play at third base, but the ball sucked her in just a little too far, had to reach to get the runner moving from second to third, wasn't able to put the tag on, and then so quickly elected to make the throw to first, and that throw just a hair off the mark. And the first run of the day comes home and scores. And it leaves the Panthers with runners on first, second, and third, and a hard hit ball by Kretschmar in the left center field. 1 run, 2 run comes home to score for the Panthers, and just like that, it's a 2-run ball game from the RBI double of Kylie Kretschmar. What a shot. I said we'd seen the hardest hit ball so far today. That one takes the top spot from Kretschmar. A big 1-out hit. And after that, Coach Bree Ryan wanting to come out and talk with her squad, settle them down a little bit. The Panthers, who are no stranger to state tournament softball, are coming alive. This being their 4th trip in the last 5 seasons for this Panther team. And now they're on the board. They trail by 2. Still only 1 out as left fielder Caroline Emhoff comes to the plate to try to keep the rally going. Pitch high, runner down at second base. A 1-0 pitch inside for a strike. We've seen that pitch go a little of both ways. That high inside pitch, that time Levine got the call. Emhoff now looking at a 1-1 count. 1 out here in the top of the 3rd. That pitch in the turf. Staying put down at second is Kretschmar, though. The Panthers have scored 3 in the top of this 3rd inning. Made it a 2-run ball game to get themselves back in after trailing by 5 after the big first inning by the Teutons. Chopper to Alcala, bounces over to first, and Schrag with a nice play able to scoop that ball up. The runner advances to third, but the Teutons pick up their 2nd out. Good play from Alcala to come in, and then one-hopped it over to Schrag, who made a nice scoop to keep that ball from getting past her. Kretschmar advances over to third base. 2 outs now for the Panthers as Duncan comes to the plate. First pitch taken for strike 1. And off the inside handle, not going to be able to be handled at short. And Kretschmar will come in to score and make it a 1-run ball game. Able to advance her over on the last at bat. And then drove her home was Duncan. Kind of a short blooper just between Fraze and Alcala at third and short. And it got to him slow enough that Duncan able to get to first base in time before throw was able to be made. So a 5-4 ball game now. Runner on first base for the Panthers. Still 2 outs in this top of the 3rd, but what a different ball game than from when we entered this inning. Swung on, out of play. Goes the foul ball from Barrows. The 0-2 pitch. Got her swinging on the off-speed pitch to get the Teutons out of the inning, but not before the Panthers can score 4 and make this a 5-4 ball game as we head to the bottom of the third here on Eastus Media. Welcome back here to Pinkall Field. Championship softball here on this Thursday afternoon, and the Panthers have made it interesting. A 4-5 ball game after they were able to put up 4 runs in the top of that third inning, and the Teutons come to the plate. Marley Ballard to lead things off here in the bottom of the third. So it was a 5-0 ball game as we entered the top half of the third. The Teutons able to score 3 in the first, 2 in the second. The Panthers had some opportunities in those first 2 innings, but not able to convert them to runs. And then very quickly in that third, able to put 4 runs on the board. And we've got ourselves a different ball game. Let's count 1-1 on Ballard. One count on the way. Popped up, out of play. Ascanio continues to look good in the circle for the Panthers. One-two pitch on the way from Ascanio, trying to pick up a leadoff out, but Ballard has something to say about that. Fouls that one off. She stays alive. One-two pitch. Misses low. Evens the count up at 2-2. Two-two pitch on the way, inside, misses, count full now. Well, Ballard starting off behind in this count. Now, after taking a few pitches, a 3-2 count. Big pitch on the way for Ascanio. Three-two pitch kept alive. It'll get out of play down that right field side. And the battle continues between Bella Ascanio and Marley Ballard. Big 3-2 pitch on the way. Down the first base line, gets by Smith, and Ballard wins the battle. A lengthy at-bat, and Ballard comes away with the leadoff single after fighting off a couple fastballs from Ascanio. Finally puts one in play.
Now batting number 15, Ellie.
It's down to first base, and that'll bring Timish to the plate with a runner on first base. Squares to bunt, trying to move Ballard over, but the bunt jumps back into the net. Timish will be looking at an 0-1 count. Coach Ryan, though, trying a little small ball here, trying to move over that runner after getting Ballard on with no outs. See if they elect to bunt again. No bunt shown from Timish. Pitch taken for ball one. That pitch, nice pitch from Ascanio. Able to blow it by the bat of Timish. Head in the count now, 1-2 is Ascanio. 1-2 pitch high, evens it up at 2-2. Big 2-2 pitch here. 2-2 pitch on the way. Inside, just misses. Count fills up at 3-2. Boy, that was a pitch that Ascanio wanted. I think that could have been called a strike. And even Timish behind the plate may have agreed and said, yeah, I probably shouldn't have taken that on 2 strikes. On the 3-2 pitch, a chopper to Osborne. Tries to get the lead runner. They do. Ball comes out on the transfer. They're going to say the out stands at second base. So Timish and Ballard just trade places after Osborne and O'Brien try turning 2 up the middle. Get the lead out, not able to get both outs, but pick up the first out of the inning. It'll be Allison Schrog.
Next up to bat, number 19, Allison Schrog.
That runner over. Schrog squaring to bunt, throw down to second, and in there safely is Timish. So the bunt not able to get down, but the runner moves over to second, so you accomplish what you want to there and not have to sacrifice the batter in Schrog. Now we'll see what the Teutons elect to do. 0-1 pitch inside. Count 1-1. A 1-1 pitch on the way. Got her swinging on the high fastball. Behind in the count now. 1-2 is Schrog. That's a tough one to lay off of. A 1-2 pitch, jammed her up. Schrog able to stay alive. Just on top of the hands on the inside of the bat. Fights that one off into the net. One out here in the bottom of the third inning. Runner down at second base for the Teutons. They lead at 5-4. And the high fastball again misses. Count evens up at 2-2. Teutons have scored in both their innings to this point. 3 in the first, 2 in the that came alive in the top half of the third to make this a 1-run ball game. And that one popped back to Ascanio for a quick out. Once again, that fastball from Ascanio jammed Teuton batters, and Schrog off the inside handle pops right back to the circle. Ascanio able to do herself a favor and pick up an out. So 2 outs now, and Alexis Noon comes to the plate. Takes first pitch, strike 1. Runner still down at second base. Noon behind in the count now, 0-1. The 0-1 pitch misses just high for ball one. Evens things up at 1-1. One pitch on the way. High fastball got Noon swinging. Ascanio ahead in the count, 1-2. A 1-2 pitch, a chopper, short to second base. O'Brien has to come in quickly and makes the third out of the inning. Able to hold the Teutons scoreless for the first time today. We head to the top of the fourth. 5-4, Teutons lead it here at Pinkall Field. Welcome back here to the top of the fourth inning. Eastus Media bringing you all the coverage for the next 2 days here of 1A, 2A state championship softball hosted here at Pinkall Field in Pratt, Kansas. Once again, this game sponsored by Murphin Media. Thanks to all our sponsors that reached out to make this broadcast possible, and the city of Pratt, who's done so many things throughout this week to make sure everybody that comes to town has a great experience, not only here at the ballpark, but around the town of Pratt. At the plate here for the Panthers to kick us off here in the top of the fourth, first baseman Reese Smith. Looking at a 1-1 count, takes that pitch outside for ball two. One-two pitch outside, swung on, and Smith now looking at a 1-2 count. A 2-2 pitch, got her swinging. Levine picks up another strikeout for the first out of the inning. Now the Panthers get back to the top of their lineup. Osborne able to get herself on base last inning and start that rally that scored 4 runs for the Panthers. Comes to the plate, see if she can do it again. Swings on that one, popped back out of play. No one able to get there before it finds its way out of the park. One out here in the top of this fourth inning, and this is the type of ball you'd expect for championship level softball. A 1-run ball game into the fourth. A 1-1 count. That one down the third baseline. Frey's going to make a play on it. Thought it had a chance to go foul, but Frey's grabs it in fair territory and makes a nice throw over to Schrog at first base for the second out of the inning. Third baseman showing confidence there. Plenty of time to make the throw with that strong arm from Taylor Frey's. So 2 quick outs for the Teutons. Lauren O'Brien coming to the plate for the Panthers. See if she can spark a 2-out rally. Behind after that first pitch, 0-1 the count. The 0-1 pitch off speed. Another one. Frey's going to come in, make the throw over. And just like that, 1, 2, 3, the Teutons are able to go through the Panther lineup. They'll take a 5-4 lead as we head to the bottom of the fourth. Welcome back to the bottom of the fourth. Teutons at the plate. They lead at 5-4. In the circle remains Oscaloosa for the Panthers. And the Teutons back to the top of their lineup. Maddie Parsons at the plate. A chopper to short. Osborne comes in, 2-hop, throw over to Smith for the first out of the inning. Good play by Osborne to come in, take a bounce out of that ball, and get the quick out over to first base. That quick out will bring Charlie Linhart to the plate now for the Teutons. Fouls that back into the net for strike one. Oscaloosa shaking off that pitch. Now comes home on the 0-1 pitch. High fastball. Misses for ball one. One and one the count. One out here in the bottom of the fourth. Teutons lead it by one. Trying to build on that lead if they want to advance to day two. Pitch taken for strike two. While across the the 6 classes of baseball, softball throughout the state, the regionals can vary from classification to classification, but once you make it to the state tournament, bracket format's all pretty similar, where you got 8 teams coming into day one, and if you win that first game, then it's a 3-game guarantee. You've got to win this first game on day one, though, to move to day two. You lose game one, season comes to an end, you pick up a win on game one, then you know you're at least getting 2 more games on day two. On a swinging strike 3 sends Linhart down for the second out of the inning. So one of these 2 teams today, the Teutons or the Panthers, trying to keep their season alive to play 2 more games tomorrow. And in the circle, Lascanio doing everything she can to help her team out. 2 outs here in the bottom of the fourth. That one gets out of the infield. O'Brien not able to get a glove on it. And a 2-out single from Levine puts the runner on first base. Courtesy runner will come in again for Levine. Levine has not only had a great day in the circle for the Teutons, but at the plate as well. And Taylor Frey's now coming to the plate with 2 outs here in the bottom of the fourth. Runner down at first base. Runner stays put. Pitch taken for strike one. The 0-1 pitch, swung on, hard hit ball into left field. Setting up underneath it, Caroline Emhoff Makes the third out of the inning. A hard hit ball, but right into the glove of Imhoff, and the Panthers get out of it with no damage done by the Teutons. We head to the top of the fifth when we come back. Welcome back here to the top of the fifth. Osborne comes to the plate for the Panthers. They trail it 4-5. A 1-0 pitch in there for strike one. Count goes 1-1. Osborne able to draw a walk back in the third. Eventually would come around to score and be part of that 4-run scoring rally in the third inning for the Panthers. Now finds herself down 1-2 in the count. A 1-2 pitch on the way. Got her leaning. Back to Levine. Throw over to first, and Schrog makes the easy out. Quick one out here for the Teutons. Panthers. Bella Ascanio coming to the plate.
Number 3, Bella Ascanio.
Try to get something going here in the top half of the fifth inning. This ball game well past the halfway point. And that ball popped up into right center field. Timish and Linhart coming in. Linhart will make the nice play out in shallow right center field. Had to dive for that one for the second out of the inning. When that ball came off the bat of Ascanio, thought it was going to be a routine fly ball, but proved to be tougher than what I gave it credit for, and Linhart had to come in and make a great play in right center field for the second out of the inning. So with 2 outs now, Kylie Kretschmar will come to the plate. And a swinging strike 2. Levine ahead early in the count. 0-2 pitch on the way. Popped up. Will it get over the head of Alcala? It does, just off the tip of her glove. And a 2-out single by Kretschmar lands her on first base. Well, Alcala nearly able to make that play. Went up about as high as she was able to and just got the tip of the glove on that ball. So with 2 outs, runner on first, Caroline Imhoff at the plate. First pitch in there for strike 1. The 0-1 pitch taken again, strike 2. Levine ahead in the count, 0-2, 2 outs here in the top of the fifth. Trying to do something with that 2-out hit A runner down at first base for the Panthers. The 0-2 pitch. Misses low in the turf for ball one. One, two again, misses low. Count evens up at 2-2 apiece. Twos across the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Imhoff trying to keep this inning alive. The outside pitch misses. Count will fill up at 3-2. So trailing early in the count, 0-2. Imhoff able to work her way back into a 3-2 look. And a 3-2 pitch got her swinging. And Levine, pumped about that one, gets the Teutons out of the inning. They'll head to the bottom of the 5th when we come back here on Eastus Media. Welcome back to the bottom of the 5th inning. Teutons come to the plate, leading by 1 run, 5-4 your score. After a game that looked like the Teutons were going to jump out early, got ahead 5-0 after 2 innings, and then the Panthers able to come back in the top half of that 3rd inning with 4 runs of their own, has made it a 1-run ball game. Since then, both teams' offense has slowed down a little bit. Ascanio in the circle for the Panthers, though, continues to throw a good game. Due up here, Alcala for the Teutons. Takes first pitch, first ball of the at-bat. She was down 0-2, 1-2 the count. One-two pitch on the way. Takes that pitch outside. Count evens up at 2-2. 2-2 pitch turned on into right center field. Will it get down? No! What a play in center from Kyla Osborne. The play of the day as a shot sent to right center field, looked like it had a chance to be a leadoff hit, and out of nowhere, Osborne comes flying in.
Next up to bat, number 12, Marley Ballard.
1 out here in the bottom of the 5th after that spectacular play out in center field. And a defensive spark like that, if the Panthers can get out of this inning quickly, a lot of times you see that momentum get carried over to the offensive side of things. Question is, how long can the Teutons make this inning last? 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th. Marley Ballard fought that first pitch off for strike 1. 0-1 the count. The 0-1 pitch inside, just a bit too much for ball 1. 1-1 pitch on the way. Turned on right back up the middle. Ascanio, little trouble, regathers, throw over to first. 2 quick outs for the Panthers. Ascanio helping herself out in the circle. Timish will come to the plate for the Teutons.
Batting next, number 15, Ellie Timish.
As Ellie Timish steps into the batter's box. First pitch in there for strike 1. The 0-1 pitch, another strike. 2 nice pitches from Ascanio. Has herself ahead in the count, 0-2. Timish trying to do something with a 2-out rally. And pitch high for ball 1. The 1-2 pitch, swung on. And down on strikes goes Timish. So the Panthers will head to the top of the 6th, trailing by 1 here at Pinkall Field. 5-4 your score when we come back here on Eastus Media. Welcome back here to Pinkall Field as we head to the top of the 6th inning. Due up for the Panthers to start this inning off is Duncan and sends one up the middle, but a nice play from Alcala at shortstop for the first out. Looked like the Panthers may have had a leadoff runner find her way on base, but Nadia Alcala has made great plays all day, and another one there for the first out of the inning. Brooklyn Barrows will come to the plate after the quick out to start this inning off. Swung on for strike 2. Levine trying to hang on to this 1-run lead for the Teutons, and 2 consecutive pitches. Thought one snuck in there as a strike. Count 1-2. 1 out here in the top of the 6th. 1-2 pitch just misses on the outside corner. Tried to get that off-speed pitch that we've seen Levine be so successful with. Count 2-2. 2-2 pitch down the right side, gets by the glove of Ballard, but into the right outfield quick enough that Timish able to come to first and looked like she was going to have the out, but the ball just pops out of the glove of Schrog, and Barrows reaches first base safely. So it looked like a sure base hit once it got through the infield, but Timish playing short enough out there in right, able to come up quickly throwing, and thought she had the play at first. So at the end of all that, turns out runner on first base here for the Panthers as Smith comes to the plate. First pitch in there for a called strike one. The 0-1 pitch up the middle, double play ball in question. Got the out at second and the out at first. What a play up the middle by the middle infield of this Teutons team. Ballard at second, the underhand to Alcala at shortstop, and then the throw down to first, and they get out of the inning on the 4-6-3 double play. We head to the bottom of the sixth here from Pinkall Field. Welcome back here, bottom of the sixth inning. Allison Schrog heading to the plate for the Teutons after a beautiful double play up the middle of the infield to get themselves out of that last inning after it looked like the Panthers may have something started with that one-out single. A ball up the middle, to second base, and it was Ballard to Alcala to Schrog for the nice double play ball. Boy, on these short base paths in softball, you don't see near as many double plays as you do on a baseball field. So they're impressive when you do see them, and that one, definitely one of those. A 1-1 count. On the way to Schrog, takes that pitch low for ball two. The 2-1 pitch on the way, swung on for strike two. Count will even up at 2-2. Two-two pitch, chopper down the third baseline, just foul before Barrows can get to it. Schrog looking to get on base for her first time today. Has made contact both at bats, just hasn't found first base safely. That one, a hard hit ball right back to Ascanio. Makes the play and safe at first. It drew Smith off the bag. They want to check at home just to see if he saw anything that the first base umpire didn't. So they'll get together, talk this one over. And in the meantime, Ascanio checking to make sure she's okay after that hard hit ball. Fortunately, she was able to get a glove up and protect herself a little bit. Still no signal here from both umpires. Now they're going to bring a third in just to make sure they get this call right. As it stands, Schrog down at first base. And boy, from this view, I couldn't tell. It was a swipe of the glove from Smith at first. Whether that got a piece of Schrag or not, that's what the three umpires are discussing out here at midfield. And they are going to rule safe. So after a lengthy discussion, they're going to say the tag at first base was not put on. So the hard hit ball from Schrog puts a lead-off runner down at first base for the Teutons. And now the Panthers will have to regroup after that. Again, thankfully, Ascanio showing no signs of being injured on that play. She steps right back into the circle for the Panthers. As Alexis Noon steps into the batter's box for the Teutons. Throw down to second base, bit off the mark, and into second safely is Schrog with the stolen base. The Teutons and Coach Bree Ryan doing what they can to put a runner into scoring position. That time it's Steelen Schrog from first to second base, and now she finds herself down there at second. That much closer to coming across home plate and making this a two-run ball game. As it stands now, 5-4 your score here in the bottom of the sixth inning, and the Teutons would love to tack a couple insurance runs on if they could. The 0-2 pitch on the way outside, just misses. Count goes 1-2. Nice pitch from Ascanio. Not to put anything too close, being ahead in the count, 0-2. One-two pitch, got her swinging. First out of the inning comes a strikeout on Alexis Noon, and the Teutons get back to the top of their lineup in Maddie Parsons. Another player who's put the bat on the ball every time she stepped in the batter's box. Trying to move that runner over from second base. Schrog able to get down to first to lead this inning off. Stole second, finds her way where she's at now. And as the Teutons get to the top of their lineup, Parsons trying to move her around. The 1-0 pitch, high and outside for ball two. Two-0 pitch, misses again. Parsons ahead in the count, 3-0. First base open. Trying to get there any way she can. And takes that pitch for strike one. Three-one pitch on the way. Down the middle, fouled back. Ascanio fighting her way back into this count. Fills it up now at 3-2. Well, Parsons trying not to become the second out of this inning. Still down at second base. Remains Schrog trying to get moved around. Big 3-2 pitch on the way. Turned on to short. Osborne going to take the throw to first. Schrog will come to third and gets to third base safely. Panthers able to get the easy out at first base, but Schrog advances from second to third. 2 outs now for the Teutons.
Now batting number 2, Charlie Leonhardt.
That's a tough play. If you're Osborne, to either hold that runner at second base or take the out at first. That time electing to take the out at first base. And now Charlie Leonhardt will come to the plate with 2 outs here in the bottom of the sixth, trying to bring that runner home and give the Teutons a 2-run lead. You can see the flags flying here on the left field side of Pinkall Field. That wind pushing out of the north a little bit. The 0-1 pitch popped up to Barrows at third base, and the Panthers survive. No damage done by the Teutons. 3 outs remain for the Panthers to try to tie this ball game up as we head to the top of the seventh. 5-4 your score. Welcome back. Top of the 7th inning here on Eastus Media. Pinkall Field, the host of the 1-2A state championship tournament here in Pratt, Kansas. And the 11 o'clock game is coming to a close here as we enter the final innings. It's the Inman Teutons on top 5-4 as the Panthers of Pittsburgh Colgan trying to keep their season alive. Need one run to do it here in the top half if this game is going to continue. Levine on the mound, in the circle for the Teutons. Has thrown a great game to this point, trying to close it out here in the top of the 7th. Top of the lineup for the Panthers, though. We'll see if they have something else to say about that as Kara Osborne fought a couple pitches off, now finds herself down 0-2 in the count. Two pitch just misses, not sure where. Boy, that looked like that was the one. A tough take from count 1-2. 1-2 pitch, another one fouled off. Osborne not taking her chances, taking another one that close to the zone. Steps back in the batter's box. Count remains 1-2. The 1-2 pitch, gonna get out of the infield on the left side, gets by the glove of Alcala, and the Panthers started off with a lead on angle. And something to note there, you're not going to see this on the scorebook, but this is why these teams are championship level teams. A bit of an overthrow from Pratt left field, got by the cutoff at second, but exactly where she should have been was Ellie Timish in right field. Came into the infield turf just to back that throw up in case it needed to be backed up, and so the runner not able to advance. And their state teams are in this state tournament, and kids, if you're out there watching, it's little things like that that make the difference. At the plate here for the Panthers, O'Brien fouling one down. Looking at a 1-1 count. No outs, runner on first. The tying run down at first. Just like that, this game got interesting. 1-1 pitch on the way. Misses low. Parsons finds it underneath her, gets it back to Levine. And a hard hit ball in the right center field. Will it get down? No. Linhart out there makes a great play for the first out of the inning. Had a great jump on it. And makes a nice play in right center field for the first out of the inning. Osborne remains at first base. 2 outs away, and a quick snag from Fraze at third base. The Teutons now 1 out away. Not much time to react on that ball as Osborne sent one down the third base line, and Fraze with a quick glove picks up the second out of the inning. Now Parsons going to come out to have a quick word with Levine. 1 out to go. And it'll be Ascanio coming to the plate for the Panthers. Ball in the turf. A 1-0 pitch. Another low and inside pitch for ball 2. .2-0 pitch on the way, fouled back into the net for the first strike of the at-bat. Osborne still down there at first base. 2-1 count, 2 outs for Lila Levine. Pitch, hard hit ball to deep center field. That may be gone. And trying to go over the fence To save it is Linhart. And boy, how things have changed. 2 strikes away from being out of this game, and Levine gives up her first home run of the ball game, and the Panthers have taken a 1-run lead. What a shot! And a visit now from the dugout as Coach Ryan going to come out. We'll see whether it's to settle down her pitcher or to make a change, but wow, what looked like was going to happen didn't, and it rarely does. Panthers now on top 6-5. And that was straight away to center field. That shot from Ascanio, really never a doubt. Linhart making a great effort out there in center field to try to get a glove on it. Wasn't able to. And now it's the Panthers for the first time today playing with a lead with 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. Have put the pressure back on the Teutons as Kylie Kretschmar comes to the plate to try to follow up that 2-run go-ahead shot by Bella Ascanio. When you've been pitching all day as Ascanio has, what better way to create yourself some offense than to do it at the plate with a 2-run center field shot in the top of the 7th with 2 outs. Wow. One pitch swung on for strike 2. Kretschmar, the 1-2 pitch, check swing. They're going to say she did not go. Count evens up at 2-2. A 2-2 pitch on the way. Low in the turf for ball 3. You just wonder how much of an effect that home run had on Levine, who's just trying to pick up one more out to get out of this inning, and a chance for the Teutons to get their bats back out. The 3-2 pitch, hard hit ball, gets by the glove of Alcala, and a 2-out single from Kretschmar keeps the inning alive for the Panthers. So after 3 scoreless innings from this Panther offense, they've came alive when it matters most. Caroline Imhoff coming to the plate, runner on first base. The Panthers lead by 1, 6-5 in the top of the 7th. That pitch misses inside for ball 1, ball 2. The 2-0 pitch finds its way in there for strike 1. And the 2-1 pitch takes again. Count evens up at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. And an inning where the Panthers have scored 2 huge runs. The 2-2 pitch stays alive, fouls it back into the net. Imhoff still with hope on this at bat. Levine trying to get out of this inning. Two high fastball outside, couldn't get her to chase. Count goes full. Down the first baseline, just foul. Kretschmar will have to go back to first base. Imhoff remains in the box. Count filled up 3-2 here with 2 outs in the top of the 7th. 3-2 pitch, swung on, got her swinging, and Levine gets herself out of the inning, but a big inning it was for the Panthers. A 2-run shot from who hit that home run shot from Ascanio, excuse me. A 2-run shot from Ascanio gives the Panthers their first lead of the ball game as we head to the bottom of the 7th when we come back. Welcome back to the bottom of the 7th. Do or die time for the Teutons, trailing for the first time today. Had a 5-4 lead as we entered the top of the 7th inning. 2 outs in the top of that 7th inning. A runner comes to the plate and sends a deep shot. Still out there in center field to take 1-run lead. 6-5. The Panthers lead it. They try to close it out now. 3 outs away from advancing and keeping their season alive. It's Lila Levine at the plate for the Teutons. The 1-0 pitch, hard hit ball gets out of the infield by the glove of Barrows. And the Teutons started off. And Levine going to take second base. An aggressive play. Levine down to second on the hustle play for a lead-off double. So an inning where the Teutons only need 1 to keep the game alive and tie it up. Levine comes out opening at bat and ends up on second base. Taylor Fraze will come to the plate. Runner down at second, no outs. Opening pitch high and outside. Levine with an aggressive secondary lead down there at second. And to move over any way possible. Good cut, tipped back into the net by Fraze. So the tying run down at second base. Started this inning off with the lead-off double. 1-1 pitch inside, misses for ball 2. Count goes 2-1. Two-one pitch outside. Kretschmar trying to frame that up behind the plate. Just missed, count 3-1. Again, Ascanio coming off of that 2-run shot that gave the Panthers the score we stand at now. On top 6-5, able to get Fraze to check swing that one back into the net. Count fills up at 3-2. Big 3-2 pitch, hard hit ball. It's going to get out of the infield. Levine going to come home to score and tie this ball game up. An arm by Fraze, and the Teutons are right back in it. open up the lead in the top of this inning. Boy, it did not take them long to get back out. Started with Levine to start this inning off. Following suit, drives her around from second, and it's and the winning run now at first base for the Teutons in phase. It'll be Addie Alcala at the plate. Coach Ryan elects to move her around. Pitch misses high for ball 2. Two-0 pitch inside. 3-0. And 4 straight pitches. And Alcala draws the walk. Runners at first and second as number 12, Marley Ballard, comes to the plate. Kretschmar going to come out from behind home plate to have a word with Ascanio. And now it looks like head coach Eric Wilson going to come out as well. Wants to get in on this conversation. With no outs here in the bottom of the 7th, the Teutons quickly have tied this ball game up. The winning run down at second base. No outs yet to be recorded by the Panthers. It'll be Marley Ballard looking for her first hit of the day. Boy, and if she were able to pick one up here, what a hit it would be. Is everybody all set? And she squares to bunt. Does not stay fair. So Coach Ryan trying to move those 2 runners around. Most importantly, Frey's down at second base. That's the one that counts. Got to get that one across home plate, and that would end the ball game. Bottom of the 7th, tied up 6-6. No outs here. Teutons trying to answer the 2 runs put up by the Panthers in the top half. Chopper to first base, going to have to just take the easy out as Smith with no other options. That ball swung on, but really is good and effective as a bunt. Down the first base line, moves both runners over to second and one to third. So now the winning run only 60 feet away for the Teutons. Panthers need 2 outs to keep this alive. How aggressive does Coach Ryan be? Squares to bunt, gets it down, and very quickly you see Fraze head back to third base. Boy, you got to be careful, but I like the aggressiveness from Coach Ryan here. And a swinging strike 2. Ballard behind in the count, 0-2. Fraze just 60 feet away, trying to cross home plate and win this game to kick off this 2025 state championship tournament. Turned on, got her down on strikes. Ascanio picks up a big strikeout for the 2nd out of the inning.
Next up to bat, number 19, Allison Schrag.
Schrag now at the plate. The lone remaining hope for this Teuton team. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. And it's all tied up, 6 apiece. Fraze down at third base has just been waiting for somebody to get her home. Count 0-1. Outside pitch, ball on the turf, no movement from Fraze. Kretschmar, good job recovering from that one. Count 1-1. A 1-1 pitch on the way. Turned on down the right field line. That won't stay in play. Count 1-2. Ascanio 1 pitch away now from getting the Panthers out of this jam that they found themselves in with only 1 out. Big pitch here. 1-2 pitch on the way. Just misses low. Another tough pitch to take. Somehow Schrog able to take it and does not pay the price for doing so. Count evens up at 2-2. With that run only 60 feet away. Down the right field side. A nice play at second, and O'Brien, another great play. Boy, she's had plenty of those today, and none bigger than that one as it gets the Panthers out of the jam, and we'll head to extra innings here at Pinkall Field in this 2025 state championship tournament. Welcome back to Pinkall Field, and if you had told me we were going to get extra innings at some point today, I wouldn't have guessed it would be game 1, but that's where we're at. Extra innings here between the Panthers and the Teutons of Inman and of St. Mary's Colgan after a huge 7th inning for the Panthers of Pittsburgh Colgan. They trailed by 1, and a 2-out shot by Ascanio put them on top. So then it was their chance to hold serve, and the Teutons able to answer. Pop fly to start this inning off for the first out. Play made by Alcala at short.
Up to bat, number 1, Brooklyn.
And that was Katie Duncan, the fly out to shortstop for the first out. Brooklyn Duncan now coming to the plate for the Panthers with 1 out. First pitch in there for a strike. The 0-1 pitch, hard hit ball, gets over the head of Alcala. And a 1-out rally could be started by the Panthers on the base hit from Barrows. With 1 out here in the top of the 8th inning, Barrows finds herself down at first base. Infield playing in. You can see Schrag playing in for the Teuton infield. Now back to first base. Oh, 0-1 count. Make that an 0-2 count. Smith down in the count. Levine has thrown such a good game today. The 0-2 pitch swung on, another one that Alcala should have a play on. No, it gets over her head in the shallow left field. And Bradley playing too deep in the outfield, not able to come in on it. And you just have to wonder, how wet and soggy is this outfield? There have been multiple balls today where it just looks like the outfield not able to move as fast as what we typically see. And understandably so, with the amount of rain that all of these fields have gotten across the state of Kansas, and Pinkall Field no different here. So one out now, runners on first and second, and the Panthers trying to do what they did the last inning, which is take the lead late in this ball game. At the top of their lineup, the Panthers, Kara Osborne at the plate. And a hard hit ball to short. Alcala takes the lead out at third. Good play by Adi Alcala. Gets that lead runner out at third base. And now 2 outs here in the top of the 8th inning.
Now batting, number 15, Lauren O'Brien.
That will bring O'Brien to the plate with 2 outs here in the top of the 8th. Runners on first and second. Levine trying to get her Teutons out of this, and a chance back at the offense. That ball, they're going to say foul back off of the bat of O'Brien. No runners able to advance. Couldn't tell if that was tipped back or not, but it appears to be so. The 0-1 pitch just misses inside. The 1-1 pitch, got her swinging. Nice high fastball from Levine. Ahead in the count now, 1-2, only 1 strike away from heading to the dugout. The 1-2 pitch, hard hit ball, gets by the glove, hits the runner, and she should be out. No signal, and the Teutons a bit bewildered here as no call came. I think the umpires may have thought that went off the leg of Alcala, but it sent Barrows to the ground, which, boy, makes you think it came off of her leg. It happened so quick, not able to tell. And now Barrows is saying, I got my leg up in the air. And another conversation having to be had by the umpires. And boy, this call is huge, and they're going to say out. And I think that is the right call, as that ball looked like it went off of the leg as Barrows trying to get from second to third base. And so we head to the bottom of the 7th, bottom of the 8th, all tied up when we come back. Welcome back here to Pinkall Field, bottom of the 8th inning, as we've got ourselves an extra inning ball game to kick off this 2025 state championship tournament. It's all tied up 6-6, your score. And it's the Inman Teutons coming to the plate. Alexis Noon to lead them off and try to end this ball game. Bella Ascanio still on the mound in the circle for the Panthers. I apologize, folks. I do a lot of baseball and softball, in a lot of press boxes, so sometimes the verbiage and jargon gets mixed between fields here. But a great one here today at Pinkall Field between these two teams trying to punch their ticket to day 2. Inside fastball fought off by Noon. Count will be 1-2. Boy, when you look up to the northeast a little bit, you can see the sun at times trying to peek out here at Pinkall Field. As long as the rain stays away, should be a great 2 days of softball. 1-2 pitch on the way. Pop down the right field side. Will it stay fair? No. Count remains 1-2 for Noon. One-two pitch. Just misses. Boy, tough pitch to take on a 2-strike. We've seen a number of batters, though, must have much better eyes than I do up here, because there are times where we're sitting pretty close behind home plate and just think, oh, that's a tough one to take on a 2-strike count. And it's been a ball every single time. So 2-2 the count for Noon, and swings on that one for strike 3. Ascanio picks up the first out of the bottom of the 8th. But the Teutons get back to the top of their lineup in Maddie Parsons. That pitch just misses. Parsons has had a good day at the plate, good day behind the plate for the Teutons as well. Swings on that one, good cut, but just on top of it. Count goes 1-1. The 1-1 pitch outside. Parsons goes out, fights it off for strike 2. When with each game, as to be expected, the crowd here at Pinkall Field just continues to increase. You've got some overflow from everybody getting here for the 1 o'clock game, which we're going to be running a bit behind that due to this extra inning game. And just as the day continues, usually each game picks up a little bit of the crowd from the game before that sticks around. You're in Pratt for state-level softball. Why not stick around and watch multiple games? That's what a lot of these fans do. So each team brings quite a bit of fan base with them. Now on a hard hit ball for a base hit, 1-out single from Parsons. Continues a good day at the plate. Gives the Teutons the runner they needed. That is the winning run for the Teutons. If they can find a way to get Parsons across home plate, the Teutons will advance. It'll be Charlie Linhart at the plate. 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th. Bunt, nice bunt, lays it down. Ascanio comes in to field it, and just in time gets the out at first. Aggressive base running by Parsons down at second. She's got to dive back head first as they kept her from going to third. But the bunt from Linhart pushes Parsons over to second base. That's always the decision in this type of game, though. You trade the bunt, the advancement of the runner for an out. So now 2 outs here. Runner on second base, and Lila Levine a chance to walk this game off. We saw Ascanio do it on the offensive side. Has pitched all day for this Panther team, and a chance then in the top of the 7th. She sent that ball over the center field wall. Now we've seen Levine in the circle all day for the Teutons, and a chance for her at the plate to win this ball game. Fights that one off over the backstop, out of play. Count goes 1-1. 1-1 pitch on the way. Another good pitch fought off by Levine. She stays alive. Count goes 1-2. One-two pitch. Again, a battle here between the two pitchers. Ascanio of the Panthers and Levine of the Teutons. Neither one of them given an inch. 1-2 count. Levine's fought multiple pitches off. Just trying to make good, solid contact with one of these. Trying to score Parsons from second base. One-two pitch on the way. Inside, another two-strike pitch taken. And heading for third base is Parsons. A bit of a delayed steal, and she's into third base safely. And that changes things just a bit. So it went from a runner on second base, 2 outs, now changes to Parsons taking third base. And again, looked like a delayed steal. Caught Kretschmar off guard just a bit. And now a meeting in the circle from the infield. Coach Wilson coming out of the dugout, but having a discussion with the home plate umpire, not talking with his players and making this an official visit out to the circle. And it's still Levine at the plate for the Teutons. The winning run now only 60 feet away. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Hard hit ball into right field. If it gets down, it wins the game. And it does. A walk-off from Lila Levine. And the Teutons will advance to day 2 as Parsons comes home to score from third. 7-6 will be your final score in extra innings. What a way to kick off this 2025 state tournament here at Pinkall Field. It's the Inman Teutons that will advance to day 2 with a win 7-6 over the Panthers of Colgan. Congratulations to Eric Wilson and his Pittsburgh Colgan team, who will finish their season 16-12 on the season. And congratulations to Coach Bree Ryan, who advanced to day 2, where they will play the winner of the Leon Bluestem and Onega game that will be coming up following this ball game. What a way to kick off this tournament. If you tuned in for game 1, stick around. We got more games to come here at Pinkall Field. We'll be back with not much post-game show. Actually, we'll keep it here for just a little bit and talk about that game before we sign off. Only going to take about 15 minutes in between ball games. Normally for a radio broadcast, we'd send it back, come back with a post-game show, but time constraints with today's broadcast a little bit different as we're going back to back to back with ball games here. And what a way to start that ball game off. A 7-6 extra inning win for Inman. They advance to day 2, so now guaranteed 2 more ball games as they will get to face the winner of this Onega and Bluestem game. That ball game will be tomorrow at 11 a.m. So once again, they'll have the 11 o'clock game. Don't know who the opponent is yet, but we do know the time. So congratulations to Coach Bree Ryan and her Teuton team as they head to day 2 of this 2025 state tournament. We're going to sign off for just a bit as we get all set for game 2. We will keep the live stream going between all of these ball games. So this will be a day 1 broadcast start to finish, so we don't have to fight with any issues coming off air, back on air. So stick around, about 15 minutes on the clock before game 2 gets set here at Pinkall Field, and that game 2 matchup will be the number 3 seeded Leon Bluestem against number 6 Onega. Stick around. A lot of softball coming up here on Eastus Media.
Want to know what makes Pratt a great place to live and visit? Tune in to Visit Pratt, the podcast that highlights local events, amazing people, top-notch facilities, and everything that makes our community shine. Join Cody and Tiffany each month and stay connected to all things Pratt.
All right, welcome to this month's episode of the Visit Pratt podcast. And if we're coming to you a little bit late this month, it is the month of May. This is when things get busy for everybody here in Pratt. And one of those driving sites that make things busy is the Green Sports Complex. That is the host of today's episode. We're here at Pinkall Field, one of the beautiful fields here at the Green Sports Complex, joined by Justin Crouch and Brad Lingefelter and Tiffany Riley. We'll get more in depth with Brad and Justin here in a bit, but thanks for everybody sitting down. And Tiffany, I'll let you steer the ship from here.
Okay, that's always scary, but I'll do my very best. So, we wanted to be out here at Green because this is the hub of a lot of May, June activity here in Pratt, Kansas. We wanted to go ahead and bring our new rec department on board and kind of introduce them to all of the community and beyond Pratt because they're the ones really steering the May and June ship here in Pratt. So if you guys don't mind, maybe just a really quick introduction of who you are. They're both in their first weeks here, so we'll try to be nice.
And we're excited to have them too.
There you go. Yeah, I'm Justin. I'm originally from Louisiana. Came here to play baseball in 2013 and 14 at PCC. Met my wife. Went back to Louisiana, finished school in baseball back there. Was on the fire department there for a while, and then the wife just decided that we should be smart to move back to Pratt. And I love Pratt the 2 years that I was here playing, so I agreed. We came back, and I've been here since 2020, and I loved it. Been part of the community, the sports. My wife's the cheer coach at the high school, so I kind of involved in all of their stuff. I've been a paramedic here since we moved back, and then I recently, like you said, moved over full-time as a Pratt Recreation Director. So I'm excited to get back into sports, my true first love and passion. So that's kind of a little backstory about me.
And for those people, sorry, Brad, to cut you off, that don't know you or don't know who your wife is, she's a Pratt native. Nicole Strecker.
Yep, she's a Pratt native.
Who Justin is married to.
Correct. She's Pratt through and through. She's hated to leave, and she loved to come back. So she was, her whole family's been from here, from McDonald's to, and then my father-in-law Steve teaching at the middle school and the high school football and track. So yeah, the Strecker family is pretty well known in Pratt.
All right, well, I'm Brad Lingefelter. I'm originally from Illinois. My wife and I are both from Central Illinois. We moved here in 2002 to work at Barclay College. I was a part of the adult degree completion program, and then later an athletic director, coached baseball, coached women's basketball, coached some volleyball, quite a few different things. Been part of JAG. A lot of people from Pratt in the area would know about the Jobs for America's Graduates program, and Pratt was one of my programs, and managed the Greensburg pool for a few years and whatnot. And so coming here to Pratt and being a part of this, and you said that you guys are happy to have us, and I've had so many people come up and say that, are so excited for this and whatnot. And so I feel really at home, and I really like Pratt and the time. Like right now we live in Haviland, but I love Pratt, and I'm excited to see where we go with all this.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing all the things that you guys do with the rec department. We've seen what Tiffany's already been able to accomplish as the tourism ambassador now, and travel and tourism and things like that, the concerts. April finished up with a busy month. We had the open range and some other things, and that kind of led us into this busy month that was May. So what have we missed so far that's already happened that you want to touch on before we get to things coming up?
May. Well, we've had a couple of tournaments, a youth tournament, an adult tournament. We've been doing registrations for all of our youth and adult recreation programs.
To touch on, we had a USSSAA baseball tournament at the beginning of the month, and then we had a slow pitch softball tournament the next weekend, and then we just wrapped up with Pratt High baseball and softball season, unfortunately.
I know, that was last night, depending on when this gets published.
So, and then We have state softball for 1A, 2A coming up at the end of the month. We'll welcome 8 teams into town for that. That's always a big event for Pratt. And then the first weekend of June, we roll into youth baseball. Then the second weekend's fast pitch softball. Third weekend's youth baseball. Fourth weekend is 12U state for youth baseball. Yep. So for 5 months in a row, we're going to have a tournament going on out here. So we're excited for that, for all that means for Pratt. So that's a quick synopsis kind of what we got going on for the next 5 weeks. So I'm extremely excited for that.
Talk about a little bit, we're here at Green Sports Complex to kind of show it off, and we have a lot of events here scheduled, but talk a little bit about the importance and the economic impact that some of these events that you mentioned that we've had and that we will have on just the community as a whole.
Correct, yeah. The last tournament we had about 25 to 30 teams here, and so only 2 of those teams were Pratt teams. So that's a lot of people coming into Pratt, spending money in Pratt, staying in hotels, filling restaurants, filling Legends, those type of places. And so we thrive, and we obviously want the Pratt teams here, but we love to have out-of-town teams too, because they spend tax dollars here that people that aren't directly involved in the sports world, that they may never step foot on Green Sports Complex, but they can feel the effects of when we have tournaments in town, that there's that many more people in town in Pratt that aren't normally here. So this is a huge economic piece for us. That's why we're trying to grow the tournaments, getting more and more teams in, branching out for adult stuff as well to try to fill in the gaps when we don't have youth tournaments going on. So this is a very huge piece that we have. We're fortunate to have such a beautiful complex here in Pratt. Everyone that I've talked to that comes here is amazed at how nice our facilities are. The community has supported, the city really has bought into the sports here in Pratt, and so we're trying to maximize the complex and get everything that we can out of it.
And one of the things for the people that do come here that seems to get better every year is the concession stand.
I tell you, I've heard rumors, before I got over here of the pulled pork nachos, and I got in here, and Ada Welch is kind of heading up the concession stand portion of it as far as the grind of being in there and whatnot, and it's incredible the amount of food we're putting out there with the hot dogs, the pulled pork nachos, those the chicken salad, and then you got your staples of your hamburgers, your hot dogs, and all that stuff, and but it's incredible. The portions are awesome, the prices is right, and we have been slammed. And last night at the games, one of the things that one of the Abilene parents walked into the concession stand area and walked in and just kind of looked around, and she's like, "This is nice," and I was happened to be cooking some burgers at the time, and she said, "When are those ready?" And so they came here ready to eat, and so it was cool.
Well, as you get older, sorry, Tiffany, one of the things you notice is how good a ballpark's concession stand is.
Right. I've been around a lot of concession stands, and I can tell you, it's a pretty good one.
I was going to say that Green Concessions is a great summer dinner option. When kids are out here for rec, come out here and there's no admission to get in for those games. Come watch T-ball kids try to figure out if they run that way or that way first, and grab pulled pork nachos and things. So
yeah, and your meal deal is about $7. I mean, you're not going to get that somewhere else necessarily. So come out here and eat and watch your kids play. It's awesome.
Tiffany, you mentioned the rec there. Justin touched a lot on the weekend tournaments that are going to be in town this next month and the coming weeks. Talk a little bit about the rec program, the midweek activities. That's where a lot of the Pratt community gets use out of this complex.
Right. Yeah, we've been taking registrations, and they are closed.
Yep.
But the T-ball, little boys and girls T-ball, starting at 5.
Yep, 5
I think,
and 6.
and then up to fast pitch, girls fast pitch, and boys Hap Dumont, just leagues, and then we've got adult leagues. Those are still open for a couple more days, I think, for the co-ed and the men's team, so the adults can get in on the fun. But yeah, it's a great way to teach the kids the love of the game, and we've got volunteer parent coaches, and we've got high school, college kids that help to coach. A lot of our kids in Pratt's first jobs are working for the rec, whether they're doing concessions or officiating or coaching. I love that as a mom. I think that's a great place to start and kind of get back to the community. And then, when they're Greenback or Thunderbirds or Beavers, then the kids are looking up to them, and they've followed them all along, and they're like, oh, that's the kid that coached me when I was in T-ball. So it's just kind of a cool climate that we can start here in Pratt. So.
Now, when you say they're closed, is that like officially closed? Or I know
Well,
for years when I saw they were closed, that's usually when I knew, we need to text somebody and get our kids signed up.
Yep, they were closed before
before he started.
Actually, before I officially started, but I've signed several up after. We understand, things happen. We have to set deadlines, but if there's any way that we can make it work to get the kids to play, we'll do everything we can on our end to get them signed up. I mean, there's some limitations here and there that we can't do for certain things, but if there's any way possible that we can get them signed up, we're going to get them signed up. Rec League's important to us. We have 26, off the top of my head, local teams in rec for baseball and softball, and then we have a handful of out-of-town teams, so like a Cunningham, Stafford, St. John, Kiowa, Greensburg. Some of those that don't have their own, they'll come to Pratt and play in our rec leagues too. So we're over 30 teams for our rec baseball and softball. So it's one of our, if not the largest activity for the rec programs.
And one of the big things that help those programs be so successful is sponsorships from area businesses.
That's correct.
Probably too late to get in on this fall season, but looking forward to fall and winter and things like that.
Absolutely.
How do businesses that want to help support the rec program get involved?
Absolutely. So that's something that I did want to touch on, of how amazing this community is. I've kind of already touched on it a little bit, but basically I had 26 local teams, and so I said I'm going to find a sponsor for all 26 teams. And it's this year is $150 to sponsor a team. I went out in one day and I was full, and so then the next day people were calling back and saying, yeah, I want to do it, and so I just kept adding them on, and we were able to buy new equipment. So we got new helmets, new bats, new balls. We're trying to get each team to have at least one new bat and some new helmets, and have fresh new baseballs, new T-balls, some age-specific softballs for the girls. So the businesses and the individuals in this town stepped up, and it wasn't even hard. It was just, I just went down Main Street, made a few phone calls, and I was over 30 in a day pretty much. So we're always open to sponsors. We have leagues coming up. If a business solely just wants to sponsor a team, whether their kids on it or they know someone on it, they can hurry up and get signed up, and they can sponsor that team. Or if you just want to donate to the rec for us to, we have some funds available to buy new equipment or pay for registration in some cases, those type of things. We're always open to that as well. But the community is hands down the most generous community I've ever been a part of.
Absolutely.
Is that something that the rec offers? I know other programs, other cities, they have kind of a scholarship program, if you will, for maybe families that want their kid to play ball but don't have the means to make it happen, whether it's equipment or the fee to play.
Of course. Yeah, we have, it's called Friends of the Rec. It's a fund that we have some dollars in, that if you ever have a kid that wants to play and you don't have the financial means, or whatever the case may be, don't let that hesitate or stop you at all. Just come talk to me, talk to Brad or Tiffany, whoever's in the office that day, and we'll get you set up. We have, like I said, there's very generous members of the community here that we have dollars available, that if there's ever something you can't afford a pair of cleats or you can't afford a glove, we can't buy every single person, but if you're in that case, we'll gladly do everything we can to help you out. So don't let that stop you from playing rec sports.
Oh, that's pretty neat. Now, we spent a lot of time talking about the ball fields, but this weekend, Memorial Weekend, is a big one for Pratt too, as the swimming pool gets opened up. How excited are you guys to get that open for the community?
It's time.
Yeah, it is, and they're already out there working. So that's one of the things that falls under me as well. And Marley Bates is coming back for her second year being the manager. She has been fantastic. She's just got back from Kansas Wesleyan on Sunday. She's already putting in numerous hours at the pool, getting it clean. She's got people already there cleaning stuff out. It's going to be ready to go, rocking and rolling, get it full of all the ice cream sandwiches and the sodas and the chips and the different things that we're looking at doing there. But yeah, we're open on Memorial Day. We're going to be full bore, ready to go. So it's exciting.
And the weather looks like it's going to be a good weekend to cooperate with it.
I hope I'd like for it to get a little warmer, but yeah, it's going to be a good day.
So the pool opens at 12:30.
Yes.
This year.
Any change in the hours from last year?
Yeah. Monday through Friday, 12:30 to 7. Saturdays is 12:30 to 6, and then Sunday is 2 to 6. So, and then there's adult swim in the mornings, 7 to 8, 7:30 to 8:30.
And then 2 nights a week.
And then 2 nights a week. So yeah.
And then I thought I saw something, maybe even posted today, about summer memberships, annual memberships, passes. What are the options for people as far as that are going to use it quite a bit?
There's a daily, you can come in $3 a day for an adult, $2 for a child. Then the season pass is $120 for an adult. You know, just like if you don't want your whole family to come, just you. $120 for the summer. For a kid, it's $90, and then for an entire family, it's $150 for 4 members, and then it's $15, I think, extra for everyone after that. So yeah. Well worth it.
Yeah, I was going to say, you think about that and how many times you get to use it throughout the summer. You can't beat that price for the amount of fun you can have for that cost.
Yep.
Tiffany, I know you had some other things coming up in June that you wanted to touch on, maybe some 5Ks, some events like that. Why don't you run down those for us?
Yeah, absolutely. This weekend on Sunday, there is the Sea Spot Run 5K, and you can still register for that. That'll be at Lemon Park. That's a benefit for the Humane Society, and I'm pretty sure you can bring your dogs on a leash to run with you. It's a run or a walk, and I think there's a 5K or a 1 mile. Then we get into Miss Kansas Week is going to be here before we know it. Miss Kansas Week kicks off with a bingo night. That's what they're doing this year. I think you have to pre-buy tickets to go play bingo with the contestants. And then, of course, the parade downtown is always a huge thing. But before the parade, if you go out to the B-29 Museum, they've got a 5K going on. This will be their second year of doing that. And then go to the parade and then go back out to the B-29, and they're having a Veterans Memorial picnic. And they've got the sound crew singing. They've got a really cool photo op Top Gun. It looks like a jet that you can sit in and take your picture in. They've got a lot of things going on out there. I think they're going to have bouncy houses and food and an ice cream truck, and then just be around town that day. And then, of course, that night is the finals for the Miss Kansas and Miss Kansas teen is going on that night. So that's always a big weekend. And there's softball tournament. Is that the softball weekend?
That's going to be the first week. That'd be the baseball the first weekend, and then the second weekend is fast pitch softball.
Okay, so that's always a busy weekend. There's a couple of vendor fairs on the 14th. I think there's the one out in Iuka, and then there's the one at the municipal building. There's a kids triathlon. That's a new thing going on. So they'll be swimming at the pool and running in the park and riding their bikes. So that's a new thing that we're trying. That's all run by Phoenix Massage. Kyra is running both of those events. And then, of course, the fair will be here at the end of July. And then right here on this field, we'll have Paramount to end the summer with our end of summer bash. So
that'll be pretty neat. Finally get the concert on the Green Sports Complex.
That's
Last year's didn't quite come through.
Right.
That's
weather.
the goal. So
that'll be fun. I know everybody had a great time the first time Paramount was here.
So the tickets will be released on that probably within the next couple of days to a week, so we can start pre-selling all of our VIP tickets and general admission tickets, and that'll be a sold out event again, I'm sure, because that was a lot of fun. So that's going on. What else? You mentioned earlier, come down to the office. That made me think that I should probably plug that the rec office has moved to City Hall, so they're no longer located at the municipal building. So the phone number is the same, so you can still call, and then you can come down to municipal building or to City Hall, and we can get connected with you there. So that is the new location.
And that's the best way if you need to get a hold of Justin or Brad, correct? What's the best way for anybody out there that wants to sign their kid up or any of that rec stuff? Is it through Facebook? Is it calling the office?
You can go on the Pratt Rec website, and it'll take you to our registration link. And if you can find your link on there, as long as it's before
Welcome back to the broadcast here at Pinkall Field. I'm Cody Eastus with Eastus Media, and we are getting all set for Game 2 action here in the 2025 2-1A State Championship Softball. broadcast. If you tuned in with us for Game 1, we sure appreciate it. As boy, we had a barn burner to get this tournament started off between that Game 1 matchup between Pittsburgh Colgan and Inman. Extra innings is what it took to get that ball game completed. Inman coming away with a 7-6 victory in the bottom of the 8th. So they advanced to day 2, and the 1 o'clock game that was slated for 1 o'clock due to those extra innings running just a bit behind, but we should be getting started here in just a bit. So if you're new to the broadcast, if you're one of those Onega fans or one of the Leon Bluestem fans who are just tuning in, we appreciate you tuning in for today's broadcast. This game being sponsored by the TVL Sports Spotlight and Onega Country Market, along with Kelzer Epoxy Coating and Flooring and the Onega Booster Club. Can't say enough about how supportive this Onega community has been in sponsoring this broadcast. Those sponsors, just to name a few of the ones that reached out to me wanting to help out in any way possible. And I say it every year, whether it's I'm a Pratt broadcaster through and through, and when we make it to a state tournament, it feels like it's always different when it's small towns. And these 1A, 2A teams that come to Pinkall Field into Pratt, Kansas for these next 2 days, it just feels like there's just something more to it when these small town teams make state championship runs. And throughout this week, when I've been reaching out to see if anybody wanted to sponsor and support the broadcast to help put this show on, boy, it really came through. And Onega, the community, one of the best ones out of the 8 schools here, to be honest, that stepped up, and multiple businesses, multiple people wanting to support today's broadcast. So thanks to Jeff and Greg and those guys who reached out, wanted to help in any way possible. Makes doing today much easier, and so appreciate them. To starting lineups, once again, brought to you by TVL Sports Spotlight. Starting lineups for both schools. As we'll get through those, we're going to give you full lineups, not only starting lineups, as this is a state championship tournament. So always fun to feature the full lineup and shine a spotlight on not only the players in the starting lineup, but everybody who made this trip possible throughout the season. For the Onega Buffaloes, starting with number 3, Andy Wegman, number 5, Jolie Savage, number 6, Bridget Campbell, number 7, Ember Conger, number 8, Addison DeChant, number 14, Marissa Savage, number 15, Annie Force, number 22, Jaden Haskin, number 23, Mackenzie Dorsey, number 26, Abigail Ringel, number 31, Adeline Martin, number 34, Emily Ringel, and number 44, Willow Houchstetler round out that lineup. Head coach for the Onega Buffaloes, Jordan Boswell, once again the number 6 seed, 21-7 their record into today's contest, and they'll be taking on the number 3 seeded Blue Stem Lions, who bring a 20-3 record into today's ball game and this state tournament. A smaller lineup for this Blue Stem team: number 1, Eliana Pearson, number 4, Regan Harold, number 6, Evan Neal, number 9, Danica Orpin, number 10, Savannah Marvin, number 11, Samantha Wynn, number 12, Jewel Carlton, number 15, Lola Guy, number 18, Liliana Husman, number 22, Samaya Worrell, and number 34, Pilar Cox. Head coach for the Blue Stem Lions, Ashton Jurging, assisted by Caitlin Wagner. So congratulations to both of these two teams making it to this point in the season. Now it is time for first pitch to see which team will advance and move on. Home team for today's contest will be Blue Stem, so it will be Onega at the plate first, and leading things off for the Buffaloes will be the third baseman, number 8, Addison DeChant. Just like that, we are ready for Game 2 of this championship broadcast. 1-0 pitch fouled off into the net. Game 1, we saw a cloudy overcast, but really feels like Game 2, they're trying to break. I feel like by Game 3 or 4, we might have clear skies and sunshine here in Pratt, Kansas. But the big thing is the rain stopped here at about 9:30 today. Conditions are drying out. 2-1 count. Takes that strike, evens it up at 2-2. Two pitch on the way. DeChant doing a good job fighting off anything close. Count remains 2-2. Two pitch on the way. Turned on that one. Will it stay fair? Fielded just foul by Worrell. And DeChant will head back to the batter's box. Samaya Worrell down there at third base. Thought she might come in and grab that ball in fair territory. Didn't, and as DeChant goes back to the box, goes down swinging for the first out of the ball game. That will bring up right fielder, number 23, Mackenzie Dorsey.
Batting number 23, Mackenzie Dorsey.
Dorsey takes first pitch for strike one. And that pitch just misses for ball one. One pitch on the way. Got her swinging for strike two. Cox, one of the better pitchers in the state of Kansas coming into this tournament, had 182 strikeouts on the season. Not only broke the single season, but the career record for Blue Stem. Picks up her second strikeout there. So if you're the Buffaloes of Onega, you have got your work cut out for you today, going against one of the premier pitchers. And a fastball in there for strike one. The 0-1 pitch misses, gets out of the glove of Hoosman. Count 1-1. 2 outs here in the top of the first. Buffaloes 2 strikeouts to start this ball game off. It's Jaden Haskin at the plate. 1-1 count and an off-speed pitch in there for a called second strike. Boy, and you can see early on how well Cox is throwing in the circle there. Just has really good command over everything. 1-2 pitch on the way. Tries the outside corner. Just misses for ball two. Comes back with a fastball down the middle. Gets her swinging. And the Lions go 1-2-3. It'll be their chance to get the bats out in the bottom of the first when we come back here on Eastus Media. Welcome back to the bottom of the first inning here at Pinkall Field. A quick inning for the Lions on the defensive side of things. Now a chance for them to get their bats out, and leading things off, number 18, the catcher for the Lions, Lily Huseman. Sends one popped into foul territory down the third base line, and a nice play in foul territory by DeChant for the first out of the inning. Huseman not wasting any time, jumped on that first pitch, and it resulted in a pop out down the third base line.
Now batting number 6, Evan Neal.
Evan Neal, the left fielder today for the Lions, come to the plate. In the circle today for the Buffaloes, Bridget Campbell. Marissa Savage behind home plate. Abby Ringel at first base and Force at second. Willow Houchstetler at shortstop, and Addison DeChant at third base rounds out your infield. In the outfield, out and left, Ember Conger, Jaden Haskin in center field, and Mackenzie Dorsey in right field. Once again, starting lineup brought to you by TVL Sports Spotlight and Onega Country Market. 0-2 count, pitch on the way, swung on, and Campbell picks up her first strikeout of the ball game for the second out of the inning.
Batting next, number 34, Pilar Cox.
Coming to the plate for the Lions will be Pilar Cox. 2 outs here, fouls that back into the net. Oh, 0-1 pitch on the way. Swung on, got her on the off-speed pitch. Campbell ahead in the count, 0-2. Oh, 0-2 pitch, outside corner, got her looking. And so both teams going 1, 2, 3. Campbell with 2 strikeouts in the bottom of the first retires the side. We head to the top of the second, scoreless here at Pinkall Field on Eastus Media. Welcome back. Top of the second through 1 complete inning of play. Scoreless here in Game 2 of this 2025 State Championship 2-day tournament here at Pinkall Field. The 1 o'clock ball game taking place right now between the number 6 seeded Onega Buffaloes and the number 3 seeded Blue Stem Lions. Top of the second inning, it'll be the Buffaloes due up here. Abby Ringel playing first base today, wearing number 26. Finds herself looking at a 1-1 count. Sends that one high back, trying to come back and make a play as Huseman, but gets out of play for strike 2. See if the Buffaloes can find an answer for Pilar Cox in the circle for the Lions. A senior on this Lions team, a 2.01 ERA on the season. We mentioned those 182 strikeouts on the season. Popped up by Ringel. Coming in from third base is Worrell for the first out of the inning.
Now batting Bridget Campbell.
So the pitcher for the Buffaloes comes to the batter's box in Bridget Campbell. One out here in the top of the second. Inside off-speed pitch misses for ball one. And the 1-0 pitch outside corner that time caught the edge of the zone. Takes the count 1-1. And the 1-1 pitch on the way. The higher part of the zone, but still in there for strike two. 1-2 count. Campbell behind in the count now, having to protect. 1-2 pitch, swung on and missed. Cox picks up her fourth strikeout early on into this ballgame for the second out of the inning.
Now batting number 44, Willow Haustetler.
With 2 outs here in the top of the second, that will bring up number 44, the shortstop for the Buffaloes, Willow Haustetler. Swings at that opening pitch for strike one. The 0-1 pitch tried outside and missed for ball one. Got a piece on that one, sends it foul out of play. One-two pitch, tried off speed, misses low. Count evens up at 2-2. 2 outs here in the top of the first. Buffalo still looking for an answer here against Pilar Cox. And another strikeout for Cox. Gets the Buffaloes once again 3 up, 3 down fashion. We'll head to the bottom of the second when we come back. Welcome back as we enter the bottom of the second inning here at Pinkall Field. Leading things off for the Lions will be center fielder number 12, Jewel Carlton. Takes first pitch, strike one. The 0-1 pitch swung on, popped up. Should have a chance to make a play on this. Husman behind the plate does. Good job throwing off the mask and getting set up underneath that for the first out of the inning. Excuse me, Savage behind the plate. That was the blue stem lineup.
Number 9, Danny Orpin.
With 1 out here in the bottom of the second, Danny Orpin comes to the plate. Got a piece on that one, but not enough, sends it back into the net. Campbell in the circle here for the Buffaloes. The 0-1 pitch fought off. Boy, early on, this ball game looks like it could be a pitching duel between Campbell for the Buffaloes and Cox for the Lions. See which offense gives their pitcher some run support. Both teams still looking for their first hit of the ball game. Early on here, still plenty of time left. Inside pitch misses for ball one. Good pitch on an 0-2 count. Tried to get her on something inside. A 1-2 pitch on the way. Got her swinging on the off-speed pitch. Came back inside for the second out of the inning. Her third strikeout so far of the game. That will bring up number 22, the third baseman, Samaya Worrell, for the Lions. Turns on that one, sends it into center field. Haskin setting up underneath it and makes the third out of the inning. So the Buffaloes go 1, 2, 3, and they'll head to the the offense, as we go to the top of the third, tied up here at Pinkall Field. Welcome back to the top of the third inning here at Pinkall Field. I'm Cody Eastis with Eastis Media, bringing you all 8 games of this year's 2025 state championship broadcast. Game 2 going on for the moment here. Had a great one in game 1, extra innings to start this tournament off, and now it's the number 6 Buffaloes taking on the number 3 Lions of Bluestem as we enter the top of the third inning. Up for the Buffaloes, Marissa Savage, and goes down quickly on strikes to Pilar Cox, who has shown she is going to be a tough outing today for this Buffalo team. Already 6 strikeouts on the day through only 7 batters. And when you mention that stat, coming into this ball game, over 182 season strikeouts this season, well, you wonder, how many must she average per game? And when you see it so far through 2 1/3 innings, it starts to make sense. Count 1-1 as Annie Force at the plate for the Buffaloes. The 1-1 pitch fouled back into the net. 1-2 the count. One, 2 pitch on the way. Force fights that one off inside. It will get out of play. No one able to make a play on that. And another one fought off. Force doing a good job fighting off on a 1-2 at bat. One out here in the top of the third, scoreless by both teams. And the off-speed pitch got her looking. What a tough pitch if you're a batter. Pilar Cox just dropping that off-speed pitch right in to the zone. And Force on her back foot, never had a chance. Another strikeout for Pilar Cox. So number 7, the left fielder, Ember Conger, at the plate for the Buffaloes. See if she can spark a 2-out rally for this Onega team. And quickly down 0-2 in the count. The 0-2 pitch, tried high, just missed. Cox still ahead in the count, 1-2. Got her swinging on the inside pitch, and once again, Pilar Cox goes 1-2-3, all by way of strikeout to close out the bottom of the third. We head to the top of the third. We head to the bottom of the third. Scoreless here at Pinkall Field. Welcome back, bottom of the third inning here on Eastus Media. Pinkall Field, the host for today's championship broadcast of this 2-1A State Softball Championship Tournament, scoreless through 2.5 innings of play. It'll be Eliana Pearson, the shortstop for the Lions, coming to the plate. Takes first pitch, ball 1. That pitch from Campbell in there for a called strike, evens the count up at 1-1. 1-1 pitch high. Two 1 pitch on the way. Swung on, the first hit ball we've seen gets out of the infield. And a leadoff single for Eliana Parsons gives us our first base runner of the ball game. First time either pitcher has given up a hit. This time it's Bridget Campbell that gives up the hit. And now coming to the plate, Lola Guy. See what she can do with a leadoff runner on base. Check swung. Did she go? Yes, she did. The 0-1 pitch, runner going now down to second, throw down, not there. And now Pearson going to take third base, hesitated. And the Buffaloes had a little trouble tracking down the ball after the overthrow down to second. And just like that, a leadoff single turns into a runner at third base for the Lions, with Guy at the plate looking at a 1-1 count. Sends that one down the first base line. Waiting patiently at third is Pearson. Now she'll come home. Here comes the throw. The tag. No! The first score of the game comes from the Lions. Ilana Pearson in safely to make it a 1-0 ball game. And that was a great job of base running by Eliana Pearson to see where that ball was going to go or how the first baseman was going to field it. Read it perfectly, headed home, and able to beat the throw. It was a nice throw and a nice tag. Pearson just there a fraction of a second earlier. And we get our first score of the game here in the bottom of the third. It's Lions on top 1-0. Now trying to build on that, Reagan Harold with one out. Doesn't like that pitch, takes it for a strike, finds herself down 1-2. The 1-2 pitch on the way, high and outside for ball two, will even things up. Two pitch, swung on for strike three. Campbell picks up another strikeout for the second out of the inning. Now the Lions able to get back to the top of their lineup. Lily Huseman comes to the plate. Calls for time, gets it granted, gonna step out. Home plate umpire now asking the Blue Stem dugout just to tone it down just a little bit. We know this is a state tournament. Everybody's excited. 2 outs here, swung on, strike one. Chasing a high pitch there. Good job by Campbell. See what she comes back with. The 0-1 pitch inside, turned on, fouled out of play. Oh, 0-2 pitch on the way. Tried outside. Almost chased it. Huseman able to pull back. One-two pitch that time. Got her chasing. And the Buffaloes get out of it, but not before the Lions can score one and make this a 1-0 ball game as we head to the top of the fourth inning here on Eastus Media. Welcome back to Pinkall Field as we head to the top of the fourth inning. The Lions on top 1-0 after, after able to score one in the bottom half of the third inning. Leading it off for the Buffaloes. Back at the top of the lineup, third baseman, number 8, Addison DeChant. The question now, second time through the lineup for this Buffalo team. Did you learn anything the first time through facing Pilar Cox as she showed that she was able to throw what she wanted with great command the first time through that lineup. 1-1 count. That pitch just misses for ball 2. Two 2-1 count turned on. Ball hit to third base. Worrell, a nice play, nice throw over to first. And makes the play. Tough play from Samaya Worrell, but she made it look easy at third base for the Lions. And a nice snag at first base from Lola Guy to finish it off for the first out of the inning.
Now batting number 23, Mackenzie Dorsey.
This Buffalo team still looking for their first base runner of the ball game, and Mackenzie Dorsey showing bunt there just to try to find any way to get on base. The 1-0 count, showing bunt again. This time gets it down. A nice bunt. Throw over to first in time. And another great play from the infield of this Lions team. 2 quick outs here. Only difference, though, the Buffaloes this time, seeing them get a bat on the ball, this time through the lineup. Can Jaden Haskin keep it going? She'll come to the plate with 2 outs here in the top of the 4th inning, trying to spark some type of 2-out rally to answer that 1 run put up by the Lions in the last bottom half of the 3rd. Got a piece on that one, fouled it back, count 1-1. That one hit back to Cox, underhands it to first, and another quick 1-2-3 inning for the Lions. They'll head to the bottom of the 4th with a 1-0 lead in Game 2 here at Pinkall Field of the 2-1A State Championship broadcast, brought to you by Eastus Media. Welcome back, bottom of the 4th inning. 1-0 your score. Leon Blue Stem Lions on top after 3.5 innings of play, and leading things off for the Lions. Back to the top of their lineup. Let's see. Catch a number there on the Evan Neal. Left fielder for the Lions. Looking at a 1-1 count. The 1-1 pitch, outside corner of the plate, got it for a called strike 2. That one tipped back into the net. Neal stays alive. One-two pitch on the way from Campbell, just misses high for ball 2. 2-2 pitch turned on inside, fought it off. Back into the net, foul. The lone run of the day produced by Blue Stem in the last inning after we saw Eliana Pearson get on with a leadoff base hit and was able to take advantage of some aggressive base running to come around and score. 2-2 pitch just misses outside for ball 3. Big 3-2 pitch here for Campbell. Got her to hit it right back at her. Quick glove action by Campbell for the first out of the inning. Campbell, quick hands. As that ball by Neal got back to her in a hurry. Campbell able to react and pick up the first out. Now Pilar Cox comes to the plate with 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. Pitch misses outside for ball 1. One-0 pitch on the way, in there. First strike 1. 1-1 the count. One pitch from Campbell, turned on, has a chance. Campbell's going to come out of the circle, make a play, and she does for the second out of the inning. Campbell helping herself out there, able to get Pilar Cox to pop one up. Now 2 outs as Jewel Carlton, the center fielder for this Lions team, will come to the plate. They lead it 1-0 here in the bottom of the 4th. Nice pitch from Campbell. Carlton takes it for strike 1. The 0-1 pitch. A hard hit ball to Haustetler at short. Has to recover quickly and not in time. And Carlton able to spark a 2-out single. Now can the Lions do anything with it? It'll be up to Danny Orpin coming to the plate. Wow, Willow Haustetler, good job to stay in front of that ball as it was a hard hit shot from Carlton. Bobbled out of her glove just a bit. Runner stays put down at first base. 2 outs as Orpin looking for her first hit of the ball game. Sitting on a 1-0 count. That one, a ball in the left center field. Coming in is Conger and makes the 3rd out of the inning. Ember Conger made it look routine out there in left field for the Buffaloes. Chance for them to get their bats out now as we head to the top of the 5th here on Eastus Media. One of our proud sponsors for today, the Onega Country Market, would like the Buffaloes to know good luck, Buffaloes, from Onega Country Market, where you can find your grocery and household needs with many varieties to choose from, as well as the best deli sandwiches around. Pam and the OCM staff are rooting you on. Go Buffaloes. Thanks again to the Onega Country Market and Greg, who reached out to sponsor today's broadcast, along with Kelzer Epoxy Coatings and Flooring. They would like specializing in metallic epoxy flooring, full flake epoxy systems, and decorative quartz epoxy systems. Call John at 913-522-3854 to turn your dream floor into reality with Kelzer Epoxy Coatings and Flooring. Another one of the great sponsors coming from the Onega community. We get back to action here in the bottom of the 5th inning, top of the 5th, and jumping on a first pitch off speed pitch is Abby Ringel. So the first hit of the day comes with no outs here in the top of the 5th inning. And the Buffaloes now find themselves with a great opportunity after a lead-off double. Fouled back into the net is Campbell at the plate. See if they can move that runner around from second. Bit of a half swing there. Campbell just couldn't decide whether to commit or not. Takes it for strike two. Finds herself down 0-2 in the count. The 0-2 pitch off speed. Got her looking for a called third strike. So with one out now, that will bring Willow Haustetler, the shortstop for the Buffaloes, to the plate. Fouls that one back, out of play. The 0-1 pitch, now squaring to bunt, pops it up. Pilar able to come out of the circle and make the play. What a great play from Pilar Cox. Keeps the runner at second base as Haustetler not able to lay down the bunt.
Now batting number 14, Marissa Savage.
And so what quickly was a leadoff double, no outs, is now turned off to Ringel remaining at second base. 2 outs now as Marissa Savage comes to the plate for the Buffaloes. And a ball hit into left field. Going to get over the head of Whirl. 2 players going back, but Neal comes in and makes the play. What a tough out from Evan Neal in left field, and somehow makes it look routine and gets the Lions out of the inning. We head to the bottom of the 5th. 1-0 your score here at Pinkall Field. Welcome back to the bottom of the 5th inning here at Pinkall Field. 1-0 ball game. Leon Bluestem Lions on top. The lone run of this ball game coming in the bottom of the 3rd inning, and it'll be Samaya Worrell to start it off. A hard hit ball down the left field line, and it will get down. Worrell heading for second base, and she's going to start this inning off with a stand-up double. Wow, and the Buffaloes fortunate that that ball stayed in this park, as that was a shot. Never got much more than 10 feet off the ground, and one hop to the fence out there in left field. We saw the Buffaloes start that last inning off with a leadoff double and not able to do anything with it. Can the Lions do something different? Eliana Pearson at the plate, takes first pitch swinging, strike one. Off-speed pitch. Checking the runner down at second is Savage. Samaya Worrell getting a good secondary lead down there at second. Letting Savage know that she needs to pay attention to her again. Coming off, and now the throw down back in time. A little cat and mouse game between Marissa Savage behind the plate and Samaya Worrell down at second base for the Lions. 2-1 the count for Eliana Pearson at the plate. High off speed, just misses for ball 3. Three-one pitch, tried outside, throw down. Again, whirl in the head of Savage behind home plate, but able to get back in time safely. Count goes full on Pearson. Full count pitch, misses inside, and Pearson draws the walk, puts runners on first and second base with no outs. Here in the bottom of the 5th.
Now batting number 15, Lola Guy.
The first baseman, number 15, Lola Guy, now comes to the plate with runners in scoring position. Pearson down at first, whirl at second base. Trying to bunt him over, whirl going to head for third. Gets there, and the pass ball, whirl's going to come home and score, and gets there safely. Boy, a tough play for DeChant at third base. Had to spin to get reset and throw over to third to try to get the lead runner. And just got off balance enough to not able to make a throw down to third. And with as aggressive as we saw Worrell be on the base path, able to take advantage of it and come home and score and make this a 2-0 ball game. Pearson advances to third, and Guy safe at first, so runners now on the corners for the Lions, still no outs. Coach Boswell coming out of the dugout to have a chat with her players.
Now batting number 4, Reagan Harold.
So it'll be Harold at the plate for the Lions. A hard hit ball to right, a chance to double them up, and the Buffaloes do. Lines one to Ringel at first base and just had to take one step to the bag.
Now batting number 18.
And so the Lions go from runners on the corners with no outs to one runner left on third, 2 outs now. They do get back to the top of their lineup, and Huseman sends one flying into left center field. But once again, Ember Conger comes in and makes the play. And the Lions only able to score 1, but they lead it 2-0 as we head to the top of the 6th here on Eastus Media. Welcome back to the top of the 6th inning here on Eastus Media, and a hard hit ball to lead things off as Annie Force, a leadoff runner for the Buffaloes. I don't know how many times you say it as a broadcaster. A leadoff runner generally translates into runs at this level. See if the Buffaloes can do it as Ember Conger has made a couple great plays out in the field. Now at the plate. Squares to bunt, trying to move that runner over, pushes it just foul down the third baseline. Count will be 0-1 when Conger steps back in the box. The Larkhawks continuing to dominate in the circle for this Lions team. The 0-1 pitch swung on. Big league down at first by Force. No throwdown. Oh, 2 count. Tough place to be in against this dominant of pitcher. Gets her chasing on the high fastball for the first out of the inning.
Now batting number 8, Addison DeChant.
That strikeout from Cox puts her into double digits already, 10 on the day as the Buffaloes get back to the top of their lineup. Addison DeChant trying to move that runner over from first base. Not sure where that pitch was, but it was not in the zone. Count 1-0. Force still down at first. Popped up. Worrell chasing it as far as she can to the dugout. Nothing there. One and one the count. Pitch on the way. Just misses inside for ball 2. So 2-1 the count for Addison DeChant. Third time she's seen Cox today. Did she learn anything the first 2 times? Pitch in there for a strike to even it up at 2-2. Two-two pitch, just misses low to fill it up. Again, saw this in game 1 and just not sure how these players are taking these pitches down the middle, or what appear to be the middle, on 2 strikes. Swings on that one, sends it to Worrell at third, bobbles it, throw over. The throw goes wide. Runners are going to be able to advance both bases. And so the hard hit ball from DeChant after fighting off the 3-2 pitch lands her down at second base, moves Force over to third base, and only 1 out here in the top of the 6th inning. And the best opportunity the Buffaloes have had all day is right now. In the heart of their lineup as number 23, Mackenzie Dorsey, will be coming to the plate.
Now batting for the Buffaloes, number 23.
And 2 runners in scoring position. DeChant down at second base, the tying run in this ball game. Takes first pitch, throw down to first, tag put on by Worrell. Back safely. Force got to be careful down there at third base. You heard it from the crowd. Don't want to run into an out on the base path in a game decided so closely by only 2 runs. The 1-0 pitch turned on down the left field line, just foul. Boy, Dorsey got all of that one. And these Onega fans let out an exhale once it hit the ground. Trying to lay down a bunt now, and they're going to say she tipped it for strike 2. Trying to get on base any way possible. Dorsey, after sending that one down the left field line, comes back with the complete opposite, trying to lay down a bunt. One-two count. Got her swinging on the high fastball. Picks up the second out of the inning.
Now batting number 22, Jaden Haskin.
So with 2 outs now, runners on second and third, it'll come down to Jaden Haskin to try to produce the first runs of this ball game for the Buffaloes. Takes the first pitch outside for ball 1. The 1-0 pitch swung on for strike 1. Pilar Cox trying to get herself out of her first tough situation in this ball game. 2 outs here in the top of the 6th inning. Runners on second and third. The 1-1 pitch again, outside throw down, and this time got her. Wow, Lily Huseman tried it once earlier, second time got her. And so the Buffaloes not able to do anything with the runners, leave 2 stranded as we head to the bottom of the 6th. Welcome back to the bottom of the 6th inning here at Pinkall Field. A changeup in the circle for the Buffaloes as Willow Houchstetler coming from shortstop, now in the circle at the plate for the Lions will be Evan Neal. 2-0 account that she is looking at as we sort the rest of this infield out for the Buffaloes after that change. DeShant went from third base to shortstop, it appears. The 2-0 pitch in there for a called first strike. So Willow Houchstetler comes in from short to pitch. Bridget Campbell, who was in the circle, went to third base, it appears. And then shifting over from third would be Addison DeChant. And a 2-2 count for Evan Neal. 2-2 pitch, swung on, got her swinging. So Houchstetler comes in, picks up an early strikeout in her first batter faced.
Batting next, number 34, Pilar Cox.
At the plate now for the Lions, Pilar Cox looking for her first hit. I mean, this has been a game where hits are not too common. The pitchers from both teams dominating this ball game. Pilar Cox, one of them. She's at the plate here. Swings on that high fastball. Evens the count up at 1-1. 1-1 pitch just misses high for ball 2. Two 2-1 pitch on the way. Jammed her up, fought it off, sends it into the net for strike 2. Buffalo's trying to get out of this inning without giving up any runs. Cox sends one to second base. Nice play from Force to Ringel for the second out of the inning.
Now batting number 12, Jewel.
With 2 outs now in the bottom of the 6th, it'll be Jewel Carlton, the center fielder for this Lions team. Takes first pitch, fastball, strike 1. Turns on that one, pops up. Campbell backs off and lets DeChant come over from short to make the play. Quick work as Willow Hauchstetler comes in and goes 1-2-3 in the circle for the Buffaloes. We head to the top of the 7th when we come back here on Eastus Media. Welcome back to the top of the 7th inning here at Pinkall Field. Buffaloes need to score 2 to keep this game alive as the Lions of Bluestem lead it 2-0. Leading things off for the Buffaloes, catcher Jaden Haskin to try to get it going. Pilar Cox still throwing a great game inside the circle for the Lions. And pitch swung on, fouled back into the net. And another pitch swung on for strike 2, evens the count up at 2-2. 2-2 pitch on the way, swung on, strike 3. The Lions now 2 outs away from advancing to day 2. First baseman, number 26, Abby Ringel, will come to the plate to try to extend this game for the Buffaloes. Need base runners. Can she produce one? Takes the first pitch outside for strike 1, just catches the corner. That pitch misses high for ball 1. The 1-1 pitch swung on for strike 2. And And a low pitch taken. Count 2-2. And a high fastball misses outside. First pitch we've seen get away from Cox. Fills the count up at 3-2. I don't believe we've seen a walk issued yet from Pilar Cox. She's had an outstanding game, and now a conversation coming from Jordan Boswell. She'll come out. I'll just offer some hydration for her pitcher. Makes you wonder if maybe Pilar Cox battling something out there that the rest of us unaware of. Boy, if that's the case, she's had one heck of a game. When we do resume here, it'll be a 3-2 count with one out here in the top of the 7th inning. The Lions were able to score one in the bottom of the 3rd, add one more in the bottom of the 5th. And the Buffaloes looking for their first score of the game. Had a chance the last inning, and you saw the final outcome of that inning at third base. So now everybody all back set, ready to go. Ringel steps in, pops one up. Everybody coming to the middle of the infield, and it's Pearson who calls him off for the second out of the inning. And now the Lions one out away from punching their ticket to day 2.
Number 6, Bridget Campbell.
One out remaining for the Buffaloes, and it'll come down to Bridget Campbell to try to start off a 2-out rally. The Buffaloes need 2 runs to keep this game alive. The 1-0 pitch fouled back, evens it up at 1-1. Off-speed pitch, just misses. Outside, says the home plate umpire. 2-1 will be the count. Two-one pitch turned on, and its game's going to stay alive. Campbell able to produce a base runner with 2 outs, sends one into left field. And so a 2-out rally is what this Buffalo team needed. Campbell doing her part with a 2-out single. Now up to Willow Houchstetler to keep it alive. Houchstetler would be the tying run that the Buffaloes need to get across to keep this game alive. Opening pitch, high fastball swung on for strike 1. The 0-1 pitch takes high for ball 1. One pitch, good cut, just misses. Houchstetler now down to 1 strike. 1-2 is the count. 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. Outside corner, gets her looking. And the Lions come away with the win and will advance to day 2 with a 2-0 victory over the Buffaloes of Onega. Congratulations to the Lions of Leon Bluestem, who improved to 21-3 on the season and will play Inman tomorrow at 11 o'clock in the semifinal game of this 2-1A state championship tournament. Also, congratulations to the Onega Buffaloes, who finished their season 21-8 under head coach Jordan Boswell. What a game, boy. A lot of pitching in that game. Tough to contend with It only took 2 runs. The Lions able to put them up. Buffalo's just never able to answer. And it'll be the Lions of Blue Stem that move on to play in day 2. Stick around. We got more softball coming up here from Pinkall Field. Once again, appreciate all the sponsors that helped out with the games we've already called today. Game 2, that was brought to you by the TVL Sports Spotlight at tvlspotlight.com, the Onega Country Market, Kelzer Epoxy Coatings and Flooring, and the Onega Booster Club. Big thank you to the folks from the Onega community to help put this broadcast on. And it's not over. We've got 2 games left when we come back. Again, we'll keep the live stream up and going on YouTube. It'll be a full day 1 stream, continuous from start to finish. But we will take a break here as we get set up for Game 3. Coming up in Game 3 action when we come back, it will be the 3 o'clock scheduled game, which will be Dexter Cedar Vale, the number 1 seed overall with a 26-1 record, set to take on the number 8 seed, Medicine Lodge. 12-9 record they bring into this ball game. Stick around. We'll be back with more softball here from Pinkall Field. Welcome to Game 3 of this two-day tournament here at Pinkall Field. Another round of championship softball at the 1-2A state level being brought to you by Eastus Media. All 2 days, all 8 games. 8 games, 2 days, 1 champion is the theme for this two-day tournament. Coming up in the 3 o'clock game, scheduled for 3 o'clock game, getting pretty close to being back on schedule. We had an 8-inning game start the day off. An exciting one between Inman and Pittsburgh St. Mary's Colgan that went to extra innings. Inman able to eventually come away with the 7-6 win. The game following that just finished up, Blue Stem, a close 2-0 game over Onega Buffaloes. And now we get the stage set for the Medicine Lodge Indians. Come in as the 8th seed with a 12-9 record, taking on the number 1 seeded team in this tournament in Dexter Cedar Vale. 26-1 is the record that they bring into this ball game. And so we get things started with starting lineups and more. Once again, I'm Cody Eastus with Eastus Media. If you're just joining us for today, we've got a full day of stream. 1 day, 1 stream, no breaks in between. We leave it up and running, so you don't have to figure out a new link to send to your grandparents every time there's a ball game that starts. We keep it live, and this Medicine Lodge versus Dexter Cedar Vale game brought to you by a couple game sponsors, as we've had some good ones step up throughout this week to help sponsor today's broadcast. Today's game is brought to you by Compass Irrigator Repair, Indian Oil, Southern Pioneer, and G&S Roustabout. So thank you to all those guys and those businesses that have stepped up and helped start sponsor today's ball game. We'll go through the full lineups of these teams, not only starting lineup, as these state tournaments, you got to honor and recognize everybody that's helped get this team to it. Oftentimes, you only get through the starting lineups of these rosters and these ball games, but when you get to state, you celebrate everybody along the way. So we will start with the number 8 seeded Medicine Lodge Indians, 12-9 their record. And once again, this starting lineup being brought to you by Indian Oil, Southern Pioneer, and G&S Roustabout from Medicine Lodge. So thank you to those guys. I know they've got some kids playing on the team. Great partners down south in Medicine Lodge, Kansas. For the Indians, number 1, Marin Inslee. Number 2, Emmy Gertis. Number 3, Emery Shimliver. Number 4, Adeline Cope. Number 6, Aubrey Miltner. Number 7, Lindsay Vasquez. Number 11, Avalon Tice. Number 13, Lauren Vasquez. Number 14, Abby Schreiner. And number 25, Claire Cunningham. Head coach for the Indians, Megan Inslee. Assistant coach, Chris Tice. Superintendent of the Medicine Lodge Schools, Ryan Cunningham. So congratulations making it to the state tournament. Now for the Dexter Cedar Vale number 1 seed, who bring a 26-1 record into today's ball game. That starting lineup being brought to you by Compass Irrigator Repair. On the roster for the Cedar Vale Dexter squad, number 1, Jessen Vogel. Number 2, Eddie Boatman. Number 3, Sawyer Herod. Number 4, Zoe Davidson. Number 5, Kylie Bragg. Number 7, Madeline Lampson. Number 8, Ashton Pulliam. Number 10, Gracie Webb. Number 11, Regan Every. Number 13, Isley Boatman. Number 14, Kennedy Holcomb. Number 15, Emmett Everett. Number 22, Bailey Hedgecock. Number 25, Kylie Hedgecock. And number 26, Kendall Graham. Head coach for Dexter Cedar Vale, KB Chris. Assistant coaches, Brian Richardson and Taylor Pingree. And with those starting lineups, we are about all set here for Game 3 of this 4-game broadcast here at Pinkall Field. Both teams looking to punch their way in today, too. The bottom half of the lineup set. Semifinal matchup between Inman and Blue Stem scheduled for tomorrow in the 11 o'clock time slot. Top half yet to be determined as this ball game between Dexter Cedar Vale and Medicine Lodge. The winner will advance, and then Richmond, Central Heights, and Oscaloosa will close out the day today here at Pinkall Field. The winner of these 2 ball games will play in the top half of that semifinal matchup. So 2 games guaranteed tomorrow if you're able to pick up a win today. The home team for today will be the higher-seeded Dexter Cedar Vale, the Spartans. And for the Indians, of Medicine Lodge. They will be the visiting team. And we are all set here as we've got batters coming to the batter's box. Pitchers in the circle. First pitch about to be underway. Leading things off for the Indians, Emery Shinliver. And in the circle, Zoe Davidson for the Spartans. First pitch in there for a call, swinging at first strike, and the 0-1 pitch swung on for strike 2. Good crowd here today for this 3 o'clock game, as you'd expected, coming from Medicine Lodge, the closest distance to travel of any of these schools coming here to Pratt for this 2-day tournament. Have brought a good crowd with them. Always catch a lot of fans and crowd from previous games, and that appears to be the case here as well. 0-2 count again as Shinliver fighting that one off. The 0-2 pitch high and outside for ball 1. One-two pitch went up and got that one. Got a bat on it, but it's going to get out of play. Be a long strike, and Shinliver will stay alive, facing a 1-2 count. One-two pitch on the way. Tried outside off speed. Shinliver not chasing it. Evens up the count at 2-2. Two-two pitch and a patient at-bat. Shinliver, after being down early in the at-bat, able to draw the walk. Not quite so fast as the home plate umpire. Boy, Shinliver's reaction had me fooled as well. She headed down to first base on what I thought was a 2-2 count, but I was going to go with her. They're going to say, nope, that was ball 3, so go ahead and come back. We've got one more pitch to throw for this at bat. So full count now for Shinliver. Chops that one down to first, gets through the legs of Hedgecock, and Shinliver going to start it off with a leadoff single. So after walking her way down to first on what she thought was a drawn walk, had to go back and do it the hard way and sends one down the first base line, and the Indians start this ball game off with a leadoff single. It'll be Marin Inslee to follow up after Shinliver picked that up, trying to lay down the bunt. They're going to say foul. Everybody has to return. Can the Indians take advantage of a lead-off single from Shinliver? Good things happen when you put that lead-off runner on base. 0-1 count, trying to lay down the bunt again is Inslee. Unsuccessful, now 0-2, a decision to make. The 0-2 pitch swung on for the first out of the inning. Davidson able to get Inslee down on strikes. And that will bring up Emmy Gertis, the shortstop for the Indians today. First pitch misses for ball 1. The 1-0 pitch. Runner staying put down at third base. Takes that for a called first strike. High fastball. Gertis doesn't take the bait. Ahead in the count now, 2-1. Two-one count in there. Fastball. 4 strike 2. Evens the count up at 2-2. Try the outside, just misses. Count full again. So after Schindliver able to fill the count up, leading this inning off, Gertis now doing the same. And swings on that one, foul tip, but caught into the glove of Lampson for the second out of the inning. Back-to-back strikeouts now for Davidson.
Now batting for the Indians, number 11, Avalon Tice.
That will bring up the cleanup hitter for the Indians, Avalon Tice, playing third base today. Trying to move over that runner from first in Schindliver. Got there early, and no one's been able to move her around since then. That pitch in there for a called first strike. Count 1-1. One pitch fouled out of play. Tice able to get a bat on it. Now finds herself down 1-2. 2 outs here in the top of the opening inning of this 3 o'clock scheduled ball game. Medicine Lodge, one of those teams you look at on paper and their record. They come in as the 8th seed, 12-9 on the season, but a lot of those games were played in 3A competition, so tough to put a lot of stock into that 12-9 record as Tice fights off another one there to stay alive. Medicine got here by beating Spearville 13-3 in the regional championship ball game. Their second time in this state tournament in the last 3 years. 1-2 pitch, try the off-speed pitch, misses high. Two-two count, got her swinging, and Davidson gets out of the inning with 3 consecutive strikeouts after the leadoff hit from Schindliver. We head to the bottom of the first when we come back. Welcome back to Pinkall Field here on Eastus Media. We've got 2 full days of broadcast coverage coming to you live from the 2-1A State Championship softball tournament here in Pratt, Kansas. It's the number 1 seeded Dexter Cedarvale Spartans against the Indians of Medicine Lodge. And starting things off, Gracie Webb takes a hit by pitch. Madeline Cope in the circle for the Indians, puts the leadoff runner on the opening pitch. We saw the Indians get their leadoff runner on, not able to do anything with it. Will the Spartans have a different outcome after Webb reaches first base after drawing the hit by pitch? It'll be Edie Boatman at the plate, tries to lay down a bunt. Nice bunt from Boatman, hustles down to first base safely into first. And just like that, runners on first and second for the Spartans on a beautifully executed bunt. Not only moves Webb around to second base, but Boatman able to get to first safely.
Number 4, Zoe Davidson.
At the plate here for the Spartans. It was in the circle to start things off. Zoe Davidson trying to help herself out. And second pitch of the at-bat takes it low, evens the count up at 1-1. One pitch, swung on, nice play at third by Tice. Can she get the tag on her? She does. What a play by Avalon Tice at third base for the Indians. Looked like a base hit that was going to move the runners around, and Tice dives to her left and gets up in time to recover and tag Webb coming from second base.
Batting next, number 22, Bailey Hedgecock.
It'll be left fielder Bailey Hedgecock, number 22, coming to the plate with one out here in the bottom of the first. One 1-0 pitch misses low. That one hit back up the middle. Going to be a tough play for Gertis. Fields it cleanly, and another nice infield play by the Indians. Puts runners at second and third now for the Spartans.
Now batting number 26, Kendall Graham.
And that pitch inside, strike one on Kendall Graham. Count goes 1-1, 2 outs here in the bottom of the first inning. Spartans trying to bring home 2 of the runs they've got out on base. Runners at second and third. Pitch inside low. A 2-1 pitch just misses. Count goes 3-1. In the circle for the Indians, Adeline Cope. Vasquez behind home plate, checking the dugout for a signal. Got her swinging for the second strike of the at-bat. Count goes full. And the full count pitch sends her down to first base after Graham able to draw the walk and load the bases up. Will bring third baseman number 5, Kylie Bragg, to the plate for the Spartans.
Now batting number 5, Kylie Bragg.
And the opening pitch to Bragg in the turf for ball 1. Cope trying to get herself out of a jam with bases loaded here in the bottom of the first against the number 1 seeded Dexter Cedarvale Spartans in this tournament. That pitch in there for strike 1. Pitch low in the turf, misses, count goes 2-1. Hit, gonna be a play for Inslee at first. Does she have room? Yes! What a play by Marin Inslee to get the Indians out of a jam. Had to go all the way to the net on the first base side and comes away with the out. We head to the top of the second, scoreless here from Pinkall Field. Welcome back, top of the second inning. Scoreless here at Pinkall Field. Due up for the Indians, Aubrey Miltner. After the Indians coming off a good defensive inning there, holding the Spartans scoreless. Got themselves in a jam with bases loaded, but able to get themselves out of it. Now see if the Indians can get their bats going here in the bottom of the top of the second inning. A 1-1 count here for Miltner. Outside corner, just got it. Pitch outside enough. It pulled Lamson away from her set position, but caught the outside corner. Count goes 1-2 on Miltner. Swung on that one, goes down on strikes. And Zoe Davidson picks up her 4th strikeout in 5 batters. Indians gonna have a tough day dealing with the dominance of Zoe Davidson. Pitch outside, ball 1, as Abby Schreiner comes to the plate for the Indians. Boy, Zoe Davidson, though, every team they've faced has had trouble with her. 17-0 this season for the Spartans as that ball's popped up to third base. Kylie Bragg sets up underneath it for the second out of the inning. A quick 2 outs for the Spartans. Mentioned that 17-0 record for Davidson. .55 ERA, 152 strikeouts. So, boy, we have seen some great pitching so far in this tournament. We're only 3 games into it between Pilar Cox that we saw in the game previously. Zoe Davidson on the mound for the Spartans. Has 2 quick outs here in the top of the second. Opening pitch to Cunningham in there for a called first strike. Turns on that one, puts it in the air. Boatman going back from second, now turns and makes a great play. Had to reposition herself, got turned over the other shoulder, and somehow comes away with it. And the Spartans go 1-2-3, and we head to the bottom of the second when we come back. Welcome back. Bottom of the second inning we head. It's the Spartans of Dexter Cedarvale at the plate after going 1-2-3 in that last half of the inning. And we Jessen Vogel to lead things off. Spartans had some success putting some runners on base in the last half of that first inning, just could not convert it to runs. Vogel going to try to change that here as she leads it off. Adeline Cope in the circle for the Indians. And the 2-1 pitch down the right field side, right into the glove of Marin Inslee for the first out of the inning. The Indians pick up a quick out there as Vogel, a bit of a blooper there into the glove of Inslee. Well, Maddie Lampson, the catcher for this Spartan team, coming to the plate to try to get it started with one out. Pitch just misses high for ball one. The 1-0 pitch misses low in the turf. Count goes 2-0 in favor of Lampson. Lampson squaring to bunt there, maybe just to throw off Cope a little bit. It results in the first strike of the at-bat, so count 2-1. Two-one pitch, hard hit ball into center field. Coming in on it is Schindliver and makes a great play. Had to get a quick jump on that ball to get to the spot, and Emery Schindliver does so for the second out of the inning. Anywhere else in the outfield, that ball was getting down as hard as it was hit by Lampson. That one, Schindliver able to get a good jump on it and makes a great play. So Isley Boatman now at the plate, the lefty for this Spartan team. Takes first pitch, ball one. The 1-0 pitch misses just low. And a chopper to third base. Another great play from Avalon Tice, diving to her left, and the Indians go 1-2-3 on some great defense to head to the top of the third. Still scoreless when we come back. Welcome back to Pinkall Field, day one broadcast of the 2025 1-2A state softball tournament. It is the Dexter Cedarvale Spartans taking on the Indians of Medicine Lodge as we head to the top of the third inning, still scoreless. here at Pinkall Field. Leading it off for the Indians. Popping one into the air. Adeline Cope as they head over to first base, and a bit of a collision as Hedgecock from first and Cope collided on the base path. No call there. It'll just be a pop fly out. And Lauren Vasquez will come to the plate for the Indians. First pitch in there for a called strike. The 0-1 pitch. Try the outside corner, just missed. Zoe Davidson had a great 2 innings so far. Indians haven't found an answer for her yet. 1-1 pitch, fought off into the net for strike 2. One-two count on the way. Swung on, and another strikeout for Davidson as she gets Vasquez down swinging. Her 5th strikeout already of the day, and the Indians get back to the top of the lineup as Emery Schindliver comes to the plate.
Emery Schindliver.
Opening pitch sends that back into the net, and foul ball. She'll have to come back for that one. So Schindliver steps back in. The Indians back at the top of their lineup. 0-1 the count, tried outside, just missed. Count will even up at 1-1. 2 outs as the Spartans have been able to go 1, 2, 3 through the lineup each inning, with the exception of that first when it was Schindliver who got on with a leadoff walk, and she does it again, sends one into the outfield. It'll get down before Boatman can get to it, and once again, Emery Schindliver finds her way down to first base with another single. Now the question is, can the rest of this Indian lineup do something to move her over? It'll be up to Marin Inslee to answer that question with 2 outs here in the top of the 3rd. Davidson comes with the off-speed pitch. Inslee takes for ball 1. One-0 pitch, fouled off. Inslee stays alive. Count 1-1, misses low and inside. Inslee now ahead in the count, 2-1. Schindliver still down there at first base. Hoping not to be stranded there again. 2-1 pitch, swung on, count evens up at 2-2. Two-two pitch, a check swing. Inslee just fighting that one off. Can the Indians put together some type of 2-out rally with Schindliver down there on first base? 2-2 pitch, misses. Schindliver going to take second base now. So she gets that much closer in a full count that Inslee's looking at. Inside. Head down to first is what the home plate umpire says. Boy, he could have went either way with that one, I think, as that just grazed the inside corner, but Inslee draws the walk. And now runners on first and second base for Emmy Gertis. Two outs here in the top of the third. Gertis takes first pitch inside. 4-1. Count 1-0. Turns on that one. Just misses for strike one. Runners looking to run on contact with two outs here in the top of the third. If Gertis could put something in the outfield, Shinliver likely try to score on it from second base. 1-1 count. And misses low and inside. Fouls that one, pops it up, and a great play coming in from the circle. Zoe Davidson gets the Spartans out of it with a diving play down the first baseline for the third out of the inning. Don't go anywhere. More softball when we come back here on Eastus Media. Welcome back to the bottom of the third inning here at Pinkall Field. More 2-1A state softball brought to you by Eastus Media. And leading things off here for Dexter Cedar Vale. They get back to the top of their lineup in Gracie Webb, number 10, the shortstop. Fouls one down the right field line on the first swing. Now maybe an issue with some equipment down that third base side. As Gracie heads back to the batter's box, getting that sorted out. The 0-1 pitch from Cope misses low. The 1-1 pitch popped up. Should be able to make a play on it is Inslee. Comes in and picks up the first out of the inning on the pop-up from Webb. One out now here in the bottom of the third is number 2 center fielder Edie Boatman comes to the plate for the Spartans. Jumping on first pitch, sends it back out of play for strike one. The 0-1 count, off speed, got her swinging. Good pitch from Cope. Started off with the fastball, came back, pitch number 2 with the off-speed pitch. 0-2 count now on Boatman. Tried high and missed with the fastball. Nothing lost there, being ahead 0-2 though for Cope. 1-2 pitch swung on right back to Cope in the circle. She'll step and throw to Inslee for the second out of the inning. A quick 1-2. Now they get into the heart of this Spartan lineup as Zoe Davidson comes to the plate.
Number 4, Zoe Davidson.
That pitch just a bit too high and wide for ball one. The 1-0 count turned on, sent into right center fielder. Schreiner tracking to her right, makes the play. Abby Schreiner. And this Indian outfield, a couple great plays. And another one there gets them out of it. We head to the top of the fourth when we come back here on Eastus Media. Welcome back to Pinkall Field as we enter the top of the fourth inning. Spartans and Indians scoreless as Ty sends one down the third base line. Should be a routine out, and it is for Kylie Bragg of the Spartans. But a few well-hit balls we've seen today have been right to outfielders of both teams. A lot of pop-ups and nobody making great contact on either team. That says a lot about the pitching. Zoe Davidson of this Spartan team, one of the better pitchers in the state of Kansas. At the plate here for the Indians, Aubrey Miltner. See if she can get him going with one out here in the top of the fourth. The 0-1 pitch outside for ball one. Turns on that one just over the top of it, though, for strike two. Count 1-2. Davidson ahead in the count. One-two pitch on the way and gets Miltner down on strikes for the second out of the inning. Davidson continuing to have a great day on the mound for the Spartans.
Now batting number 14, Abby Schreiner.
Abby Schreiner, the right fielder for the Indians, coming to the plate. First pitch swinging, strike one. The 0-1 pitch, hard hit ball right to Webb at short. Didn't have to move but a half a step. And the Spartans get out of it again off the back of Zoe Davidson and her pitching. It has been great to this point. We head to the bottom of the fourth when we come back. Welcome back. Bottom of the fourth inning. Still scoreless here at Pinkall Field in a matchup between the 8th-seeded Indians of Medicine Lodge and the number 1 seed Spartans of Dexter Cedar Vale. Due up, Bailey Hedgecock, number 22 left fielder for the Spartans. Takes the first 2 pitches, 2-0 the count. Halfway through this ball game as we near the bottom of the fourth, and the question is who will strike first and how many runs is it going to take? Both these pitchers have looked really well inside the circle. Now the question is who provides the run support to help their pitcher out. 3-1 the count for Hedgecock. It's Cope trying to avoid the leadoff walk. And the 3-1 pitch misses low and inside, so it will be a leadoff walk for Bailey Hedgecock. She heads down to first base. The second walk of the day for Adeline Cope. So after that leadoff walk, Kendall Graham steps into the batter's box, see if she can move that runner around. Can the Spartans take advantage of the leadoff base runner? 0-1 pitch outside. Nice pitch from Cope for strike 2. Ahead in the count now, 0-2. And got her swinging. Down on strikes goes Graham for the first out of the inning. Nice bounce back from Adeline Cope after that leadoff walk. So with 1 out now here in the bottom of the fourth, Kylie Bragg, the third baseman, will come to the plate. Runner still down at first base. Runner stays put. Vasquez, a little trouble handling that one behind home plate. Recovers nicely, keeps the runner at first base. The 1-0 pitch, trying to show bunt. Now the run down. Runner goes. Hedgecock took second base. Not even waiting to see if the bunt was going to get laid down by Bragg. So now the need to bunt her over from first to second, not necessarily there, unless Coach Chris tries to move her from second to third. And a hard hit ball up the middle. Bragg slips, trying to get out of the batter's box, out at first. Throw over to second, and the throw gets by Tice. 1 run, the only run, gonna come home to score on the throwing error from the Indians. So they got the clean out at first base, and then when Hedgecock went from second to third, put some pressure on Inslee at first to make the throw over, and just wasn't able to put it on the mark. And a pass ball. Hedgecock comes home to score, and now a 1-0 ball game. The Indians do get out of it on the blooper to Cunningham, but it's the Spartans who are able to turn an error into a run and take the first lead of the ball game. 1-0 your score as we head to the top of the fifth. Welcome back. Top of the 5th inning here at Pinkall Field. The Spartans able to get on the board first in the bottom half of that 4th and take a 1-0 lead. It'll be Claire Cunningham at the plate for the Indians to start this top of 5 off. Facing off against Zoe Davidson. Sends a high fly ball deep into left field. Will it stay fair? No! Boy, that cleared the wall by 20 feet. Just pushed by the breeze coming out of the north. And that was one swing would have tied this ball game up. Cunningham just showing that she's got the power to tie this game up with one swing. We'll see if Davidson elects to pitch to her any differently. The 0-1 pitch inside misses for ball 1. Count 1-1 high for ball 2. Two-one pitch, check swing, but I think she held it back. Check down at first. Yes, she did. Cunningham looking at a 3-1 count. And a 3-1 pitch in there to fill it up at 3-2. Three-two pitch on the way. Got her swinging. Cunningham frustrated with that at-bat, chasing that pitch. But 1 out to start the top of this 5th off. And another strikeout for Davidson.
Now batting number 4, Adeline Cope.
Adeline Cope will come to the box. Try to get something going here in the way of a 1-out rally. Turns on that pitch. Sends it back over the backstop. The 0-1 pitch just misses high for ball 1. Well, we've seen it all day. Championship softball. They're getting a championship size zone from whoever is behind the plate. It's been consistent all day. 1-2 count is what Adeline Cope is looking at here with 1 out in the top of the 5th. 1-2 pitch outside, got her swinging. Good pitch from Davidson. Sends Cope back to the dugout. 2 outs now here in the top of the 5th.
Now batting number 13, Lauren Vasquez.
Vasquez comes to the plate with 2 outs. Can she spark a 2-out rally? Davidson coming off of back-to-back strikeouts in the 2 previous batters. A 1 pitch on the way from Davidson. Tried inside, not there. Ball 1, evens it up at 1-1. The 1-1 pitch fought back into the net. And I think for maybe the first time in about 6 days, I'm seeing blue skies and sunshine here at Pinkall Field. We thought that's what we might get. It was one of those cross your fingers, hope they're right. At about 10 o'clock, the rain got out of here. And another strikeout for Davidson. So Zoe Davidson, 3 strikeouts, 1, 2, 3, to get them out of this inning. The Spartans head to the bottom of the 5th with a 1-0 lead when we come back here on Eastus Media. Welcome back. Bottom of the 5th inning here at Pinkall Field. Our coverage brought to you all day by Eastus Media. 2 full days of championship broadcast here at the beautiful Green Sports Complex in Pratt, Kansas. Bringing you all 8 games of the 1-2A State Softball Championship. And it's the number 1 seeded Dexter Cedarvale Spartans who are on top 1-0 as we enter the bottom of the 5th inning. Maddie Lampson at the plate, a 1-1 count. Squares to bunt, can't get it down, fouls it off for strike 2. Adeline Cope still in the circle for the Indians. We've seen some great pitching performances so far in this tournament. 1-2 count, hard hit ball, and Gertis doesn't have to move an inch, right to her. And you can see her laughing about it over there. Well, she knew anywhere else on the infield, and that was going to be a tough one to handle. Well, Bozeman will come to the plate. Squares, shows bunt, right back to Cope in the circle, and a quick 2 outs here for the Indians. So with 2 outs now here in the bottom of the 5th, it'll be Kylie Bragg, the third baseman for the Spartans, coming to the plate. Indians with a quick 2 outs. Can they get themselves one more and get back on the offense? Swung on, back into the net. Spartans back to the top of their lineup now. And Gracie Webb behind in the count, 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, hard hit, ball, and another one right to Marin Inslee at first base. And the Indians, a quick 1-2-3, none of them by way of strikeout. They'll go to the top of the 6th, trailing by 1 when we come back. Welcome back. We enter the top of the 6th inning here at Pinkall Field. It'll be the Indians due up to the plate. Emery Shinliver leading things off back to the top of their lineup, and she has had a great day at the plate for the Indians. A couple base hits. The 2 lone base hits for this Indian team have came from Emery Shinliver. Can she do it a 3rd time and give her Indians a chance? And a hard hit ball to second. Boatman makes the play. The throw over to Hedgecock for the 1st out. Shinliver putting the bat on the ball once again, just this time right to a defender in the middle of the infield of the Spartans. It'll come down to Marin Inslee now with 1 out to try to get it started here in the top of the 6th. Sends that one foul down the first base line. The 0-1 pitch, off speed, outside corner. Boy, that's a tough one to adjust to if you're a batter. Change in speed from Davidson between fastball and off speed has had this Indian lineup guessing all day long. Inslee now down 0-2 in the count and takes a 3rd strike looking for the 2nd out of the inning. With 2 outs here in the top of the 6th, it'll be Emmy Gertis due up for the Spartans to try to produce some offense against the standout in Zoe Davidson. The 0-1 pitch swung on, strike 2. Pitch on the way. Just misses outside for ball 1. Davidson not wanting to give anything too close there. The 1-2 pitch that time got her looking. Another strikeout, the 2nd of the inning, the 11th of the game for Zoe Davidson. We head to the bottom of the 6th. Spartans on top 1-0 when we come back. Welcome back. Bottom of the 6th inning here at Pinkall Field. I'm Cody Eastis with Eastis Media, bringing you all 8 games of this 2025 1-2A State Championship softball tournament. Leading things off for the Spartans, Edie Boatman takes first pitch, ball 1, trying to square a bunt again. Lays that one down in foul territory now. Evens up the count at 1-1. Spartans would love to add one more run on to their 1-run lead. The lone run coming back in the 4th inning, and it came on an error by the infield of this Indian defense, who's been so good with the exception of that one play. Now Cope ahead in the count, 1-2 on Boatman. Fouls that one back, stays alive. And the off-speed pitch just misses. Count evens up at 2-2. 2-2 pitch, got her on the outside corner for a called third strike. Testing the corners that time, and Adeline Cope got it for the first out of the innings. That will bring Zoe Davidson to the plate for the Spartans. A hard hit ball back up the middle for a one-out single from Davidson. Just have not seen a lot of base runners today for either team. Can the Spartans now do something with Davidson? Putting herself down at first base with one out here in the bottom of the sixth. Bailey Hedgecock will come to the plate and try to move her around. That pitch in there, throw down to second, not in time. Davidson able to slide around what would have been a potential tag. So the leadoff single, then a stolen second base puts Davidson that much closer for Hedgecock to try to drive her in and extend this one-run lead to 2. Boy, Davidson aggressive there on the base path. Count 1-1 on Hedgecock. Davidson down at second base. Fouled back into the net. After seeing Davidson steal at second base, though, and the way she's taken that secondary lead, you can tell she's looking to score on something put into play. 1-2 pitch. Jammed off the inside. The umpire threw up his hands like it was a foul ball. Some confusion. And the result of it is runners on the corners for the Spartans. I thought the initial call was a foul, but the hands came down as quick as they went up. And Hedgecock able to land on first base, and Davidson moves over to third base. So runners on the corners with one out as Kendall Graham comes to the plate. Second base is left open. Hedgecock will take it uncontested. So runners now at second and third base. An 0-1 count once Cope gets back to Graham here at the batter's box. Quickly coming home to cover on that ball that nearly got past Vasquez behind home plate. Be a 1-1 count for Graham. Shows bunt, pulls it back, pitch misses high for ball 2. Time being shown behind the home plate umpire here. As you can see, the Spartan team, all of them wear wristbands, or the majority of them. Often checking it for situational baseball. See head coach Chris checking his down there in that third base box, and then all the players check it as well. They wanted a ruling down from the field umpire to see if there was a swing on that last check attempt. There was not, so the count 3-1. First base vacant, runners on second and third. One out here in the bottom of the sixth. The 3-1 pitch, turned on, fouled down the right field line. 3-2 pitch again, fought off by Graham. A good battle going on here between Adeline Cope and Kendall Graham. Gonna take another pitch to determine who will win that battle. The 3-2 pitch on the way, sent into shallow right center field. Has a chance to get down. It does. Davidson will come home to score another run, and the Spartans take a 3-0 lead after the 2 RBI single from Graham. Boy, and you could see it, Hedgecock, she was out running from second base. Davidson got home easily on that ball once she realized it was down. It was Hedgecock who really aggressive on the base path. Almost stole a run there. Not one that you'd think a runner from second would score on, a ball into shallow right field. But Bailey Hedgecock taking advantage of it, and the Indians not able to make a play at the plate. So we go from a 1-0 ball game to now a 3-0 ball game. Still one out here in the bottom of the 6th. And Kylie Bragg will come to the plate to try to keep it going. Lays down a beautiful bunt, and they're going to signal foul ball and bring her back. Bragg will step back in. Graham down at first base. Excuse me, a courtesy runner came in for Bragg. And once again, Bragg trying to lay down that bunt to move the runner over. A courtesy runner that came in, Sawyer Herod, a sophomore on this Spartan team. The 0-2 pitch just misses outside for ball 1. The 1-2 pitch turned on deep into left field. Vasquez setting up underneath it, makes the play, and will keep Herod at first base. The Indians able to pick up the second out of the inning. Hold the runner at first base. And that'll bring Jessen Vogel to the plate with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Still a runner down at first base if she wants to keep this rally alive. When this was an inning, the Indians started it off striking out the opening batter in Edie Boatman. And then a couple hits later, Davidson and Hedgecock were the 2 that did the damage to put 2 runs up on the board for this Spartan team. Throw down to second base, have a chance if the tag's there. It is, and the Indians get the 3rd out on the base path to get themselves out of a 2-run inning from the Spartans. We head to the top of the 7th when we come back here on Eastus Media. Welcome back. Top of the 7th inning here at Pinkall Field. The Indians down to their final 3 outs if they want to keep this ball game alive. The Spartans able to put 2 more up in the bottom of the 6th. They lead it 3-0 as we enter the top of the 7th inning. Avalon Tice due up here for the Indians. And the Indians need 3 to have a chance at another inning. Have yet to score in this ball game. Zoe Davidson is throwing a gem for this Spartan team. Now that the Indians have been through the lineup a couple times, have they learned enough to convert it to runs? A hard hit ball by Tice into left field. Will it get over the head? It does. Hedgecock not able to come down with it. Tice is going to head for second. And a leadoff stand-up double gives the Indians some hope. What a shot from Tice. You knew it was that point in the ball game. You needed somebody to step up, and it's Avalon Tice that does just that. A huge shot out to left center field that just got over the glove of Bailey Hedgecock. Now Aubrey Miltner will come to the plate and try to keep it going. Popped up in the middle infield. Davidson able to go back for the first out of the inning. The Spartans now 2 outs away. And the Indians need a few more of these batters to turn into base runners. It'll be Schreiner at the plate. Fouled back out of play. This Medicine Lodge team, a young team making it to this state tournament. They start 5 freshmen on this starting lineup and only 10 players on their roster. So when you talk about efficiency, hit over the head of Webb. They're going to send Tice home. She'll come around from second and score. And Schreiner heads for second base. And just like that, we've got ourselves a ball game after Abby Schreiner provides the first RBI of the day for the Indians. Trades places with Tice down at second base, and now it's a 3-1 ball game. 1 out here in the top of the 7th. A mound visit from the Spartans. More just one of those talks where you tell your girls, hey, we've still got a 2-run lead here. The runner on second base, while we'd prefer her not to score, really doesn't do any damage to us. The Indians trying to counter. Claire Cunningham will come to the plate with a runner on second base. 1 out here in the top of the 7th. Trying to jump on that first pitch from Davidson. Swings and misses. Popped up down the right field side. Hedgecock tracking it to the fence. It goes foul. Schreiner remains down at second base, looking for something to drive her home. Tipped foul once again. Count stays 0-2 for Cunningham. Oh-2 pitch from Davidson on the way. Hard hit ball, will it get through? Boatman able to knock it down, but not enough to make a throw. And Schreiner comes home from second base to score. The Indians have come alive in the top of the 7th. Now only a 1-run game after Boatman nearly able to make a great play at second base. instead knocks the ball a little bit farther into foul territory and allows Cunningham to get to first, and Schreiner, moving the whole time, came around from second to score. So now the tying run in Cunningham at first base as Adeline Cope comes to the plate. This Indian offense aggressive in this inning, swinging at a lot of first pitches. That one fouled back out of play. Making sure they got a ball that's suitable to everybody. Davidson heads back to the circle. An 0-1 count. Takes that pitch for strike one. But Cunningham's got to be careful down there at first base, taking a big lead. Oh, 0-2 pitch on the way. Turned on, a deep fly ball, but it's going to go foul. That's the second one we've seen from this Indian lineup. Seen a swing that could have changed the game with one swing of the bat. But it's just a long foul ball. 0-2, got her swinging, gonna take first base. And a heads-up play by the Indians as Cunningham was headed to second base. First base became vacant, and Cope decided to head that way. Now they're going to say that she's out at first base, that it wasn't a steal. And now more confusion as the runner from second's heading back to first.
What the heck's going on? Come on.
So the confusion from the umpires had the runners confused as Cunningham went down to second base. And the initial call was Cope safe at first base, but the home plate umpire then came out and changed that call at first, saying no, Cope was out at first base. And so Cunningham thought that I need to go back to first base, but the ball was live and she nearly got tagged out at first base. And so still conversations being had here on the infield by both players and umpires, coaches and umpires. When the Indians are going to come out on the wrong side of this as far as that runner that was down at second base safely coming back to first because she thought it was a dead ball or something from the home plate umpire that signaled no, the runner at first was out. And Cunningham just assumed that when he came out and started waving his hands that time was called, players needed to be reshuffled. So she nonchalantly headed back to first base, and then a throw came her way, and she realized, I've got to hustle to get back to first. They're playing like this is live. And now Zoe Davidson having a conversation with the home plate umpire. And out from the dugout will come KB Chris to plead his case as well. Unfortunately, we just don't have our own Mike Pereira that we can get on the line and sort this all out. And now the umpire is going to get together, all three of them, and have a conversation out there at midfield. The main thing is you want to make sure you get this right. The question is just determining what is right based on everything that happened out there. I think that's what they're trying to sort through. Looks like they've come to some sort of decision. Is that now talking out with the infield of the Spartans? Looks like play set to resume.
Now batting number 13, Lauren Vasquez.
Vasquez will be up for the Indians, and now they're going to explain to each head coach kind of the decision that was made. Unfortunately, we won't get that luxury of having that explained to us up here, so a lot of guesswork really going on right now. But both coaches appear to be pleased with the answer, or at least satisfied with the outcome. After all of that, and the dust settles, 2 outs now in the top of the 7th inning. Indians with a runner on first base rather than second base, and it will be Lauren Vasquez at the plate. And just when we thought we were ready to go, now I think we're all set. Looks like all these umpires did a good job in making sure they got the call right, and a new batter for the Indians. Going to take second base, so now after all of that, not much has changed. Cunningham ends up back down on second base, and she is the tying run. Vasquez, the 9-hole hitter on this Indian team, trying to move her around. Swings on that one, fouls it back. 0-2 the count now. The Spartans 1 strike away. Big pitch here for Davidson. The crowd getting into it. Got her on the off-speed pitch, and it will be your number 1 seeded Dexter Cedarvale Spartans that advance to day 2 with a 3-2 victory over the Indians of Medicine Lodge. The Spartans improved to 27-1 on the season as their hope for a state championship remains alive. The Indians of Medicine Lodge will finish 12-10 on the season. Congratulations to Medicine Lodge and head coach Megan Inslee on their great season. It will come to an end today here at Pinkall Field, but a season to be proud of. Such a young team and a thin team, and they sure made a lot of it. We appreciate you tuning in. Final score, 3-2. Cedarvale advances to day 2. They will play the winner of the game following this game. So yet to be determined. It will be the 1 o'clock game tomorrow, but they'll have to wait and see who wins the Richmond Central Heights versus Oscaloosa matchup before they know who they're playing on Friday afternoon. Stick around. We'll take about a 15-20-minute break as far as the play-by-play goes. We'll keep the live stream up and running. And when we come back, it'll be the final 5 o'clock game of the day. Number 4 seeded Richmond Central Heights set to take on number 5 seeded Oscaloosa. You're listening to softball, state softball, here at Pinkall Field. Well, how about said?
Good afternoon. On behalf of the Kansas State High School Activities Association, Pratt Recreation, and Marketing in the City of Pratt, we welcome you to the 2025 Class 2A State Softball Tournament. This tournament and championship game is sponsored by the member senior high schools in Kansas through the Kansas State High School Activities.
Welcome to Championship Softball, brought to you by Eastus Media. 8 teams, 8 seasons, still hopeful to take home the state title. These 8 teams have traveled to Pratt, Kansas, and over the next 2 days here at Pinkall Field at the beautiful Green Sports Complex, one will be named your 2025 state champion. We've got 2 full days of coverage coming your way. 8 teams, 2 days, 1 champion here on Eastus Media. Welcome back to Pinkall Field here on Eastus Media as we get set for the 5 o'clock final game of this Day 1 championship broadcast, the 1-2A state tournament here in Pratt, Kansas at the beautiful Green Sports Complex. I'm Cody Eastus on the call today for Eastus Media. If you're just tuning in, we've had a great day of ball games here, 3 games under our belt. We've seen some great ball games to this point. A couple teams, 3 teams to be exact, have punched their ticket on to Day 2. Inman started the day off with a 7-6 win over Pittsburgh's St. Mary's Colgan, and then Blue Stem with a 2-0 win over Onega. And the game we just wrapped up, Dexter Cedar Vale moves on after a close 3-2 victory over Medicine Lodge. So Dexter, Cedar Vale waiting to see who they will play in the semifinal match tomorrow in that 1 p.m. game, and that will be the winner of the game that we've got coming up here next. That will be the number 4 seeded Richmond Central Heights team, come in with a 23-4 record. And they'll be taking on the number 5 seeded Oscaloosa Bears with a 22-5 record. If you haven't tuned in yet for today's broadcast, I want to thank all of our sponsors that have made today's broadcast possible. We've got a long list of them as these communities that have come to Pratt, eager to sponsor their team in any way possible, and it sure helps out with everything that we've been able to do here today. So thank you to all the sponsors that have reached out and made this broadcast possible. Thank you to Scott Goodhart and Keisha doing everything they do to make these broadcasts possible, and to the city of Pratt. Justin Crouch has made everybody's trip to Pratt as enjoyable as possible. They've been down here working day in, day out for this last week, trying to get this complex ready to shine. And with the rain that we've gotten, along with everybody else across the state of Kansas, they have been busy at work. But mentioning the weather, blue skies and sunshine here for this 5 o'clock game, as it looks like we finally have got a clear forecast to close out this tournament. That's what everybody had their fingers crossed for, and it looks like that will be the case. So a great day for softball today and tomorrow for this Class 2 1A championship. Go down the starting lineups for both teams. Not only starting lineups, but full rosters, as these state tournaments, once you get here, everybody worthy of recognition that help contribute to a championship run. Start with the number 5 Oscaloosa Bears. Number 1, Lydia Turner. Number 2, Samantha Miller. Number 3, Bryn King. Number 4, Kirsten Mitchell. Number 5, Paris Olivia Marsh. Number 7, Lily Poland. Number 10, Bethany Cabas. Number 11, Carly Werner. Number 12, Michaela Berry. Number 14, Maisie Peak. Number 16, Jaden Smith. Number 18, Harper Haston. And number 24, Madeline Farmer. The Bears led by head coach Aubrey Harsh, assisted by Remy McCauley. And for your number 4 seeded 23-4 Vikings, their lineup includes number 2, Macy Cubitt. Number 3, Abigail Roulette. Number 4, Addison Olette. Number 5, Ashley Harkins. Number 8, Araceli Crump. Number 9, Melanie Christian. Number 10, Jenna Sparks. Number 11, Lila Hamblin. Number 13, Grace Tooley. Number 14, Brindley Morrow. Number 15, Sydney Evans. Number 16, Joey Ferguson. Number 21, Jaylee Ferguson. Number 22, Faith Coons. And number 23, Kaylee Latimer. The Richmond Central Heights Vikings, led by head coach Jamie Seacrest, assisted by Camille Raby. We are all set here. Home team and guest team assignments for today will be Oscaloosa, the lower seed. They will be the guest in today's contest, and the home team will be the higher seed, the number 4 Central Heights Vikings. Coming into this ball game, the Vikings had to get here by way of beating Lebo Waverly in their regional championship game 16-6 in that region championship, and no stranger to this state tournament, as this is their 4th straight trip to the state tournament. So not unfamiliar with the type of pressure and stage that they've got in front of them here. And with that, we are all set for first pitch here at Pinkall Field. So appreciate you tuning in. The final broadcast of the day, and leading things off for the Oscaloosa Bears will be shortstop number 1, Lydia Turner. In the circle for the Vikings, Araceli Crump. First pitch misses for ball 1, and we are underway here for the final game of day 1 of the 2025 1-2A state championship here in Pratt, Kansas. The 1-1 count on the way for Turner, and that pitch taken for ball 2. Two-one pitch just outside for ball 3. Turner trying to draw a leadoff walk. Any way you can get on base turns into good things. 3-1 count. Got her swinging for strike 2. Pretty full crowd here for this 5 o'clock game at Pinkall Field, rightfully so. Big pitch here for Crump. 3-2 pitch on the way, outside, turned and sends it to the opposite field over the head of Cubitt, and a leadoff single for Turner. Puts the Bears on base first. Now, what can they do with it will be the question. Paris Marsh, the catcher on this team for today, will come to the plate after Turner able to lead things off with that single. Down at first base, can Marsh move her over? Right back up the middle, gets by the glove of Cubitt at second base, and they're going to send her home all the way from first base. Turner comes home, and just like that, the Bears on the board, 2 batters in. Marsh stayed put at first base, but Turner was running on contact and never slowed down a hard hit ball up the middle. And Oscaloosa strikes first. They lead it 1-0. That pitch in there for a strike, down at first base. Marsh about halfway between first and second, thought about going, and then slowed it down, had to get back to first. The 0-1 pitch outside. Now a throw down to first, has to get back there in time. Really aggressive down there on first base is Paris March. Getting ahead of Lila Hamlin behind home plate. Going to have to keep an eye on that. 1-1 pitch. Squares the bunt. And Mitchell, more in self-defense mode, has to get that bat up in front of her face. Fouls it off. Kirsten Mitchell, the left fielder, at the plate for the Bears. Count 1-2. Marsh still down at first base, and swung on. And once again, Marsh in between first and second. Gonna get caught this time if she's not careful, and she does. Really aggressive on the base path was Marsh, and after Mitchell went down swinging, she tried to take second base, but looked like she changed her mind midway there, and then ended up, went ahead and committed to it, and a good throw down from Hamlin, and a tag put on. Just like that, they went from no outs, runner on first base, to 2 outs and wiped the runners off the board. That'll bring Harper Heston, the third baseman for the Bears, to the plate. Good cut, just missed that one. 4 strike 2, finds herself down 0-2 in the count. The 0-2 pitch, high fastball, got her swinging, and Crump able to get herself out of the inning, but not before the Bears could put up 1. The Bears lead it 1-0 after 1/2 inning of play. When we come back, bottom of the first, coming up here from Pinkall Field. Welcome back to Pinkall Field. Bottom of the first we head after the Bears of Oscaloosa able to put one up in the top half of the first. That'll be a chance for the Vikings of Central Heights to try to answer. And on the mound in the circle for the Bears, Lily Pullen. Round out the rest of that infield and that starting defense as we get all set at the plate for the Vikings. Chris John, shortstop position. Behind the plate for the Bears, Paris Marsh. Bryn King at second base. Lydia Turner at shortstop. Harper Heston at third base. That one fouled out of play. And in the outfield, Kirsten Mitchell in left, Maisie Peak in center field, and Carly Warner in left field. An 0-2 count early on here. Pullen, a standout pitcher in the state of Kansas. This Viking team going to have to try to find an answer for her. Not many teams have been able to do it. It's a deceiving record when you look at Oscaloosa's 22-5 record coming into it, as Pullen not able to play through the first 12 games of this season. Since her return, 14-1 on the season. A 1-2 pitch, tried outside, just missed. Evens it up at 2-2. You ready, outfield? 2-2 pitch on the way, trying that outside corner again. Now, Chris John looking at a 3-2 count. If she could draw a leadoff walk, that would be a victory for this Viking team. The 3-2 pitch, fights it off, stays alive. Pullen just a sophomore on this Oscaloosa team. Battling here on the opening batter in Chris John. 3-2 once again. Chris John does a good job getting a bat on it. Stays alive, fights it off, back into the net. Come on, 3-2 pitch on the way. Down the middle, hard hit ball back up the middle. And the Vikings open up with a base hit of their own, and the hustle by Chris John into second base safely. What a hustle play by Mel Chris John. Didn't think any way possible of turning that into a double. And I obviously have not seen this team played and underestimated the hustle and speed of Mel Chris John. So a leadoff double puts a runner on second base as Ashley Harkins comes to the plate. Trying to square bunt to move her around. Nice bunt by Harkins. Moves over Chris John. Does exactly what the bunt is intended to do. And Chris John over to third base. Now puts a runner only 60 feet away with one out here in the bottom half of this first inning.
Now batting number 2, Macy Cuber.
And that is exactly why they call it a sacrifice. You're trading your out to move that runner over. And Harkins executes it perfectly. And will bring up Macy Cubitt, the second baseman, to try to finish the job and bring home Chris John. Cubitt showing a bunt there. Now has to get back. And a quick throwdown from Marsh behind the plate, trying to catch Chris John off guard. But the way I've seen her run bases to this point, that's going to be a tough thing to do for this Bears defense. The 0-1 pitch from Pullen. Outside, just misses. And another throwdown. Chris John back in time. 1-1 the count here at the plate to Cubitt. The 1-1 pitch, swung on, should score a run. It's going to get down. It does, and trouble at second by King. handling the ball. So Cubitt able to reach first base safely, and the Bears get nothing out of that infield blooper, and the Vikings get a run out of it. So 1 out, all tied up 1-1. It'll be Crump coming to the plate. Araceli Crump in the circle today for the Vikings. Now a chance to help herself out here early on in this ball game. Inside pitch, fights it off. The 0-1 pitch outside, and another throw down to first. This one will be close. Back in time is Cubitt. But Marsh not afraid on the pick back. We've seen her go to both corners now, and almost with success. These runners have to be careful, knowing that she's got the arm to throw back and take a chance. Nice pitch from Poland, and another throwback. So with 2 outs now here in the bottom of the first inning, it will be up to Sydney Evans to try to tack another run or move a runner around and break this 1-1 tie. First pitch swung on, strike one. The 0-1 pitch, good off-speed pitch from Poland. Ahead in the count now, 0-2. Evans forced to protect. Cubitt still down at first base. The 0-2 pitch got her swinging on the outside pitch. After one complete inning, both teams showing a little bit of offense and some hustle on the base path. It's a 1-1 ball game, Oscaloosa versus Central Heights, as we head to the top of the second here on Eastus Media. Welcome back, top of the second inning here at Pinkall Field. I'm Cody Eastus with Eastus Media here for the broadcast, and 1-1 after the first inning of play. I believe the first game we've seen today out of the 4 that both teams have been able to put up some offense in the first inning of play. It'll be Lily Poland up for the Bears here to start this top half of the second off. A 1-0 count pitch on the way. Outside misses for ball 2. Araceli Crump in the circle for the Vikings. Lila Hamblin behind home plate. Sydney Evans down at first base. Macy Cubitt at second. Mel Christian at shortstop. And Abby Roulette at third base rounds out the infield of this Viking defense. In the outfield, Addie Olette in left field. Jaylee Ferguson in center. And Ashley Harkins in right field. 1-2 count. Swung on for a swinging first out. Poland goes down on strikes, and the third strikeout of the game for Crump.
Now batting number 3, Bryn King.
That will bring second baseman number 3, Bryn King, to the plate for the Bears with 1 out here in the top of the second inning. Fouled out of play. No chance on that one. She'll fall behind. 0-1 in the count. Inside pitch just misses for ball 1. Count 1-1. The 1-1 pitch swung on again, fouled back out of play. Nobody able to make a play on that. Boy, and if you're watching on the live stream, you can see the blue skies and clouds out there now. Not very often do you have the lights on for the 11 a.m. game and have them off for the 5 p.m. game, but that was the case here today at the Green Sports Complex with the way the weather decided to shake out, and an off-speed pitch from Crump sends King back to the dugout on a called third strike. But this weather that we've got now, you could not ask for a better turnout for a championship 2-day tournament across the state. With 2 outs now in the top of the second inning, Maisie Peak, center fielder for the Bears, will come to the plate. Squaring to show bunt, trying to get on base any way possible. Can't lay it down. She'll have to head back to the box. The 0-1 pitch from Crump on the way. Swung on. Peak behind on that one. Finds herself down 0-2. One of these teams trying to advance to play the number 1 seed, Dexter Cedarvale, tomorrow. The 0-2 pitch. Another strikeout for Crump, her 3rd of the inning. She goes 1, 2, 3, and 5 strikeouts now through 7 batters faced for Araceli Crump. We head to the bottom of the second when we come back. Welcome back, bottom of the second inning here at Pinkall Field for our championship broadcast here from Eastus Media. 1-1 your score after 1.5 innings played, and for the Vikings, leading things off this inning, number 3, Abby Roulette. First pitch outside, ball 1 from Pullen. 1-0 pitch, swung on. Evens the count up at 1-1. One pitch. Turned on, popped up to second base. Bryn King calling everybody off. She'll make the easy out for the first out of the inning. After that fly out from Roulette, it'll be Kaylee Latimer coming to the plate. Latimer swinging on that first pitch, misses for strike one. Poland continuing to be impressive on the mound. Another swinging strike two. Latimer behind now, 0-2 in the count. The 0-2 pitch from Poland. Inside, catches her high on the shoulder. And that's a pitch that just got away from Lily Poland. Ahead in the count, 0-2, and then a costly mistake sends Latimer down to first base after the hit by pitch. So with the runner down at first base, see if that changes the offensive strategy here for the Vikings and Coach Seacrest. At the plate, Lila Hamblin. The 1-0 pitch swung on, fouled out of play. Seen a lot of balls fouled to that right side, just not able to catch up to the speed of Lily Poland. Count even up at 1-1. And a good pitch from Poland. Had Hamblin guessing, finds herself down 1-2 in the count now.
Okay, center field pitcher.
The 1-2 pitch, tried low and outside, just missed. For ball two.
Ready at 2.
2-2 pitch on the way. One out here in the bottom of the second. Swung on, and another strikeout for Poland as Hamblin goes down. Picks up the second out of the inning. Now Poland's third strikeout of the day, and that'll bring Jaylee Ferguson, the center fielder, to the plate with 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. Has a runner down on first base. Can she do anything with it? That pitch down the middle from Poland for a called first strike. The 0-1 pitch, off speed this time. Not what Ferguson was expecting. Takes it for strike two. A tough place to be against such a great pitcher in Poland, down 0-2 with 2 outs. The 0-2 pitch, got her swinging for the third out of the inning. Poland able to retire after what looked like maybe an opportunity from the Vikings. Got a base runner on by the hit by pitch, but could not do anything with it. We head to the top of the third, still tied up here from Pinkall Field. Welcome back as we enter the top of the third inning here at Pinkall Field. Due up for the Bears, Michaela Berry. Try to spark this offense. Both teams able to put one run up in the first inning, held scoreless in the second. So we find ourselves at a 1-1 ball game as we enter the third inning. Michaela Berry, her first time facing Crump today, as it's been quick work by both pitchers, neither one having faced more than 4 batters in an inning. 1-1 count for Berry. And the high fastball has her swinging down 1-2.
Top of the box, Mac. You gotta do this back.
1-2 pitch, got her swinging, and another strikeout for Araceli Crump. Her 6th of the day, and has only faced 8 batters, and has retired 6 of them by way of strikeouts. 1 out now here in the top of the third inning, and it'll be Carly Warner. See if a 1-out rally is in the books here for the Bears. Tried to lay down a bunt, just finding a way to get on base. Couldn't connect, results in a strike. The 0-1 pitch again showing bunt. Popped in to the top side of the net. No play able to be made on that. Now Warner down 0-2 in the count. Oh, 0-2 pitch on the way from Crump. Tried outside. Good eye from Warner. Didn't chase it. Count 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Got her swinging on the high fastball. Ball comes out, so there will be a play at first. Hamblin has to clean things up down at first base, and she does for the second out of the inning. The Bears get back to the top of their lineup now as Lydia Turner, the shortstop, comes to the plate. Trying to jump on the first pitch. Fouls it back into the net. Just a little too quick on that one off the end of her bat. Oh, 0-1 pitch on the way from Crump. Tries low and misses, evens the count up at 1-1. One pitch, high and outside. Ball 2. Two 1 pitch, that one in there, evens the count up at 2-2. 2 outs here in this top half of the third inning. The Bears trying to generate some offense here as they're back at the top of their lineup in Lydia Turner. But Araceli Crump making it difficult to do. Pitch fouled off. Turner stays alive. Bears dugout trying to spark a 2-out rally. Can they do it? 2-2 pitch fought off again by Turner. Doing a good job. Anything close, just getting a bat on it to stay alive. Two pitch again on the way. Off speed, just misses. And a tough one to take from Turner. Those are the ones you're just hoping you don't hear the hee-haw come from behind you. That one A good eye from Turner fills the count up at 3-2 and sends one into right field. It will get down. Turner will round first base, now head for second. And a two-out double as she slides in safely. A good at-bat from Lydia Turner. And picks up her second hit of the day. The only Bear that we've seen register a hit. And Lydia Turner has two of them. Now down at second base with 2 outs here will bring Paris Marsh to the plate. And we'll see what the Bears can do with it. Trying to put a little bit of pressure on Crump. The high inside pitch swung on. Turner down at second base. Saw the quick throwback that time by Hamblin. The 0-1 pitch in the turf, another quick throwback. Just making sure that that Turner down at second knows. I see you down there. A 1-1 pitch on the way from Crump. Inside, and now she'll throw to shortstop. Throws to Chris John, kind of cut halfway. As a good secondary lead being taken by Turner down at second base. A 1-2 count when Crump comes home with it. 1-2 pitch again, jammed her, fought it off, pop up down the right field side. Coming from behind home plate is Hamblin, and not able to make the play. Boy, that's one you know she'd like to have back. She puts her hand up in the air, letting the rest of her defense know, that's on me, guys. But no damage done as Turner has to return to second base. Marsh will step back in the batter's box, looking at a 1-2 count. And the 1-2 pitch, got her on the outside corner. Another strikeout for Araceli Crump. Gets them out of the inning. 1-1, we head to the bottom of the third when we come back.
At Timish Electric, we light up your world with reliable and efficient electrical services. Our team of skilled and certified electricians is dedicated to providing top-notch service for all your electrical needs. From residential, commercial, or industrial needs, we ensure your electrical systems are safe, reliable, and up to code. Contact us today at 620-672-9334 to schedule a consultation. Timish Electric, proudly serving Pratt and the surrounding areas' electrical needs for over 25 years.
Clear, comfortable vision is one of life's greatest blessings. At Maydew Tebow Optometry, Doctors Troy Maydew, Seth Tebow, and Andrew Peaster are committed to helping you maintain healthy eyes and clear vision. Prevention and early intervention are the keys to your eyes, providing that clear and comfortable vision your entire life. Regular comprehensive eye examinations are essential in identifying conditions that can damage your sight. Call us at Maydew Tebow Optometry for an appointment today or visit us at maydewtebow.com.
Welcome back as we enter the bottom of the third inning here at Pinkall Field. A 1-1 ball game through 2.5 innings played. One runner left stranded that last inning by the Bears of Oscaloosa. Now it'll be the Vikings of Central Heights to see if they can break this 1-1 tie. But they've got to do it against Lily Poland. Back at the top of the lineup, Chris John at the plate, sends one deep into right center field. And coming in on it, not as deep as I originally thought it, Carly Warner, a nice play out there in right, the underhand basket style catch for the first out of the inning. We saw how dangerous Chris John was in the first inning when she was able to get on base, so the Bears fortunate to turn that into an out. Ashley Harkins now coming to the plate with one out here in the bottom of the third inning. First pitch taken for strike one.
Come on, Lady Bears, let's go. Come on, Seb.
The 0-1 pitch. Again, working the outside part of that plate for a called strike 2. Poland ahead in the count, 0-2 in the circle.
Live there, Lil. Let's go.
The 0-2 pitch on the way, swung on for the second out of the inning. And Poland continues to impress from the circle.
Hey, Brent.
Macy Cubitt, the second baseman for the Vikings. Can a 2-out rally be sparked?
Be ready outfield, too.
That one just misses low and away for ball 1. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Hit up the middle to Turner, fields it cleanly, throws over to Farmer. And the Bears, a quick 1-2-3, get out of the inning. We'll head to the top of the 4th, still tied up, 1 apiece here at Pinkall Field.
For your fine dining experience, be sure to stop at Club D'Este in downtown Pratt, Western Kansas's premier steakhouse for over 50 years. They'll serve you the best with their friendly, attentive staff and home-cooked meal you desire. Also offering a full range of entertainment with live music and karaoke weekend nights. So come for food and stay for fun at Club D'Este in downtown Pratt. Open 7 nights a week.
At Buckland Tractor and Implement, we know that teamwork and dedication are the keys to success on and off the field. Just like the Pratt Greenbacks, we strive for excellence in everything we do. Whether it's top-of-the-line John Deere equipment or exceptional customer service, we're here to support our community, from tractors to combines and everything in between, plus the tools to get the job done right. BTI, proud to be a part of our community and support our local sports teams. BTI, our family in partnership with your family.
Well, welcome back. Top of the 4th inning we head here on Eastus Media. Pinkall Field, the host of today's and tomorrow's broadcast. 2 full days of state championship softball here on YouTube. And a hard hit ball into right center field starts things off for Kirsten Mitchell. She's going to try for second and gets there safely. A leadoff stand-up double for the Bears. Puts Mitchell down at second base. A big leadoff hit from Kirsten Mitchell. Now Harper Heston will come to the plate and see if she can turn that leadoff double into runs and try to break this 1-1 tie that we got to after the first complete inning. Popped up down the third base line. Tracking it down is Chris John from short, takes the easy out. Boy, that ball nowhere near a spot that Mitchell would have been able to tag up from that. So 1 out as Lily Poland comes to the plate. Still trying to move that runner in Mitchell down at second base around. No attempt on that last at bat to bunt her over from Coach Harsh. Electing to let her players swing away. Poland looking at a 1-0 count. Fouled back out of play. Evens the count up at 1-1. The 1-1 pitch tried outside, not there, but the ball gets away from Hamblin, and down to third base goes Mitchell. And a nice backup job from Chris John at shortstop to keep that ball in the infield. Overthrown just a bit, got over the head of Roulette, but Chris John thankfully there to keep that from turning into a run. So Mitchell now down at third base, only 60 feet away. And swung on by Poland for strike 2. 2-2 count. Pitch on the way from Crump. And a swinging strike 3. Pullen goes down for the second out of the inning.
Now batting number 3, Bryn King.
2 outs now, runner at third base. Bryn King, the second baseman, will come to the plate to try to break this 1-1 tie. Jumps on that first pitch, sends it back foul. Mitchell, nowhere to go down there at third base, but she appears to be aggressive on the base path. It wouldn't surprise me if a passed ball or anything that would give her a chance to come home, she may try to take advantage of it. It's an 0-1 count for King. And the bunt squares, doesn't get down, and Hamblin, a good job keeping that ball in front of her. That may have been the opportunity that Mitchell was looking for down at third. Has to stay put after Hamblin recovered nicely. The 0-2 pitch, off speed down the third baseline, just foul. Everybody reset. Mitchell back to third base. King back in the box. Count remains 0-2 for Crump. The 0-2 pitch inside misses for ball 1. The 1-2 pitch outside just misses. Evens the count up, 2s across the board. Crump looking for one pitch to get the Vikings out of this inning. 2-2 pitch, hard hit ball up the middle. That's going to score 1. As Mitchell comes home to score, King will head for second, and she'll be thrown out at second base, but not before one run comes home and scores and breaks this 1-1 tie. That puts the Bears on top, a score of 2-1 as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning when we come back.
Escape into your ultimate outdoor getaway with the help of Uni Landscapes, your local full-service landscape design and construction company specializing in landscapes, hardscapes, patios, sprinkler systems, water features, and snow removal services. They create your dream space by incorporating design elements unique to you and your family. Uni Landscapes serves Pratt and the surrounding area and is open Monday through Friday. Call 620-672-3301 to transform your outdoor space today.
Big changes are coming to Mead Lumber in Pratt. We're gearing up for a store remodel, and that means even better things for you, our valued customers. We're making improvements and upgrades to serve you better because we're not just about building materials, we're about building community. Mead Lumber is proud to be a part of Pratt and committed to meeting your needs every step of the way. Call 620-672-7732 or stop by 1500 East 1st Street to see the exciting changes for yourself. Mead Lumber, invested in you, invested in Pratt.
Welcome back. Bottom of the 4th inning. Araceli Crump coming to the plate for the Vikings after the Bears were able to break the 1-1 tie in the top half of this inning. A big RBI from Bryn King to drive in Kirsten Mitchell. That pitch fouled back into the netting. Crump looking for her first hit of the day. Went down in the 1st inning by way of strikeout. Only the 2nd time she's been to the plate today. The 0-2 pitch got her swinging. Pullen continuing to have a good day on the mound.
Now batting number 15, Sydney Evans.
That will bring Sydney Evans to the plate with 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. First pitch fouled back for strike one. The 0-1 pitch from Poland, again fouled back. Finds herself down 0-2. The 0-2 pitch from Poland, high and inside for ball one. No harm there. Poland ahead in the count. 0-2, not wanting to give anything close for Evans to put a bat on. Misses high and inside, still ahead in the count, 1-2. And gets her goal down on a called third strike for the second out of the inning. Back-to-back strikeouts for Poland. That will bring to the plate Abby Roulette for the Vikings with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And a high fastball. Can't catch up with it for strike one.
I can actually hear it. Wow, you can't listen. You said right now you can't.
0-1 pitch on the way. Got a bat on that one. Sent it back out of play. In a familiar position for these Vikings batters. Down 0-2. Poland ahead in the count. She's dangerous as it is. You give her a count to work with where she's ahead 0-2, 1-2. It just makes it that much tougher in the batter's box for this Viking team. The 0-2 pitch fouled, stays alive. Poland still ahead in the count, 0-2, trying to pick up the third out and get out of this inning in 1-2-3 fashion. The 0-2 pitch stays alive, is Roulette. Continues to fight off anything close. Just tipped that one away. The more pitches you can see and the longer you can stay in that batter's box, the better chances good things will happen. Still looking at an 0-2 count is Roulette. 0-2 pitch swung on. And once again, Poland gets him out of the inning. 3 up, 3 down by way of strikeout as we head to the top of the 5th here from Pinkall Field.
Escape into your ultimate outdoor getaway with the help of Uni Landscapes, your local full-service landscape design and construction company specializing in landscapes, hardscapes, patios, sprinkler systems, water features, and snow removal services. They create your dream space by incorporating design elements unique to you and your family. Uni Landscapes serves Pratt and the surrounding area and is open Monday through Friday. Call 620-672-3301 to transform your outdoor space today.
Big changes are coming to Mead Lumber in Pratt. We're gearing up for a store remodel, and that means even better things for you, our valued customers. We're making improvements and upgrades to serve you better because we're not just about building materials, we're about building community. Mead Lumber is proud to be a part of Pratt and committed to meeting your needs every step of the way. Call 620-672-7732 or stop by 1500 East 1st Street to see the exciting changes for yourself. Mead Lumber, invested in you, invested in Pratt.
Welcome back here to Pinkall Field. I'm Cody Eastis with Eastis Media. And if you've tuned in for Game 1, Game 2, Game 3, and now Game 4 of this broadcast, we sure appreciate you doing so, along with all the sponsors that have helped make today's broadcast possible. Couldn't do it without them and the city of Pratt. everything that they do this week of this state tournament. A lot of ball teams, a lot of fans coming to the community, and a great time for the community of Pratt to show it off. We've got a great ball game here. 2-1 your score. Oscaloosa on top after 4 innings of play. Back on the offense, trying to lay down a bunt, and nearly beats it out is Maisie Peak, but a nice play as Roulette coming in from third gets there just in time for the first out of the inning. Looked like Peak may have had a chance to leg that out, but a nice strong throw from Roulette in there in time. So that will bring number 12, Michaela Berry, to the plate for the Bears. Pitch wide for ball 1. The 1-0 pitch, and catches Berry on the leg. So a game where base runners have been hard to come by. Berry stands in there and takes one on the inside calf and lands herself down at first base after the hit by pitch. Right fielder Carly Warner will step in and see if she can do anything with that. First pitch tipped away for strike 1. Trying to lay down a bunt, see if she can move that runner over to third. She does, out at first base, but sacrifices herself to advance Berry from first to second base. And a good bunt laid down by Warner gets the Bears back to the top of the lineup. And Lydia Turner has reached base both times, both by way of hit. And now a chance to maybe pick up her first RBI of the day, with a runner at second base in Bryn King. Michaela Berry down at second base. Inside off-speed pitch, not there. Takes it for ball 1. 2 outs here in the top of the 5th inning. Turns on that inside pitch. Wanted that one. Count evens up at 1-1. The 1-1 pitch, just a bit high. Taken for ball 2. 2-1 off speed outside there for strike 2. Evens the count up at 2-2. 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. Berry down at second base. Would love to get moved around. Can't sacrifice yourself now, though, as the batter with 2 outs. Gonna take a hit if she wants to advance her. Tries off speed, and a good throw down by Hamlin behind the plate. May have anticipated that a runner would be going after the bobble. Quickly came up throwing to Roulette at third base to keep that runner at second. Full count pitch on the way. Inside, misses for ball 4. Runners now at first and second, and once again, Lydia Turner finds her way down to first base. Third time today she's reached first base safely. Paris Marsh will come to the plate. 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. And now a runner going to third. Is the tag there? It is caught between second and third base. The Bears, another out on the base path. Barry too aggressive as she headed to third, and Hamblin saw it coming, came up throwing, and a nice out on the base path gets the Vikings out of it. So we head to the bottom of the fifth. 2-1 your score. Oscaloosa on top.
Are you a sports fan looking for a great place to grab a bite to eat? Look no further than Legends Cafe, located in Pratt, Kansas, on Highway 54. Legends is open 6 days a week and serves up mouth-watering burgers, fresh salads, hearty sandwiches, and much more. And don't forget about their daily specials. Legends is proud to support Greenback sports and all the local teams. So whether you're celebrating a big win or just need to refuel after the game, Legends has you covered. Come on down to Legends, and we'll take care of the rest.
Are you interested in building a new home or remodeling your current one? If so, give J.A. Knight & Sons a call today. This is Chase Golly with J.A. Knight & Sons, and we are the area's premier general contractor and have been serving the Pratt and surrounding area for over 50 years with superior quality and attention to detail. We specialize in high-end residential and commercial construction and have now expanded our services to include pre-engineered metal buildings. J.A. Knight & Sons is a proud supporter of Greenback Athletics and would like to help turn your next dream into reality.
And welcome back to Pinkall Field here on Eastus Media as we enter the bottom of the fifth inning, and an opening hit by Latimer will find herself down at first base. Kaylee Latimer jumping on that first pitch from Poland. And you have to go all the way back to the opening batter of this ball game, Mel Christian, that led things off to find yourself a leadoff runner to get on base against Poland. Christian was able to eventually turn that into a run, getting batted in. Can Latimer do the same? At the plate, Lila Hamblin trying to take advantage of that leadoff runner. 1-0 count. Outside, misses for ball two. Latimer down at first base. See how aggressive this Viking team is on the base path. We've seen it cost the Bears some outs and some runners and possible runs. 2-1 the count. Poland getting herself back in it. And time is asked for and granted. Hamblin going to step out. Now back in, ready to go. Swings on that ball back into the net for strike two. Evens the count back up at 2-2. No outs here in the bottom half of the fifth inning. A 2-1 ball game. We got ourselves a close one between the number 5 and number 4 seed. It is what you would have expected for these two teams coming in to this ball game. 2-2 pitch off speed, got her swinging. Another strikeout, the 9th of the day for Lily Poland. Jaylee Ferguson, the center fielder. See if the bottom half of this Viking lineup can produce some offense for Coach Seacrest. Still down at first base is Latimer after that leadoff hit. And nothing there. Running on contact, she'll have to head back.
Ready to move, ladies? Let's go.
0-1 pitch, showing bunt, lays it down the first base line and goes foul. Would have been a nice bunt if Ferguson was able to get it down. So Back to the batter's box. Ferguson heads. Latimer back to first base. 0-2 count in Poland's favor. And outside corner, another strikeout for Lily Poland. The Vikings back to the top of their lineup.
Now it's bat number 9, Mel Christian.
As Mel Christian comes to the plate. First pitch takes for ball one. Good eye from Christian. The 1-0 pitch, high and inside. Christian skates out of the way of that one. For ball two. Count 2-0. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Vikings trying to tie it back up as they trail 2-1 to the 5-seeded Oscaloosa Bears. And 3 straight pitches, pulling behind in the count, 3-0. Time is granted to Christian. She'll step out, regather. Didn't like the amount of time it was taken for Poland to get set. And 4 straight pitches. Christian able to draw the walk. And Latimer will head down to second base. An opportunity here for the Vikings as Ashley Harkins, the right fielder, will come to the plate. 2 outs still. And we've seen how capable Poland is of producing strikeouts and outs on her own. Plenty capable of getting herself back in it. Time was not granted. Poland's going to throw it, and a strike was called. Boy, that's something we've said multiple times on this broadcast. Maybe not today, but you've got to make sure that if you ask for time, you're aware if it's granted or not. And now Harkins finds herself down 0-2 after she thought time was granted, stepped out of the box. Poland realized it wasn't, went ahead and fired home, and now ahead in the count, 0-2. 0-2 count. High fastball, not there. Picked back to first, not in time. Everybody back safely. Marsh continuing to keep these runners guessing and on their toes around the base path. And that time gets the pitch she was looking for, and Poland gets herself out of the jam with another strikeout. We head to the top of the 6th inning. 2-1 still our score. Oscaloosa on top here in this number 4 seed versus number 5 seed matchup in the 1-2A state championship softball tournament. We'll be back with more on Eastus Media.
This is Chris with Car Auction Real Estate. We've been proudly moving assets since 1965, with locations in Pratt and Larned servicing the surrounding counties.
Jamie here with Car Auction and Real Estate. While our marketing strategies clearly stand out, we stand strong on our principles of integrity, transparency, and reputation in our industry.
Whether it be buying, selling, auction, or appraisal needs, look us up online at carauction.com.
Good luck and go Greenbacks.
It's time to schedule your Medicare annual wellness visit. Your health is our priority. At Pratt Regional Medical Center Internal Medicine, we encourage our Medicare patients to take advantage of this opportunity. You're eligible for this free annual wellness visit if you've had Medicare coverage for more than 12 months. Together, we'll develop a personalized plan to help keep you feeling your best all year long. Call PRMC Internal Medicine and ask to schedule your Medicare annual wellness visit and stay on a path to to better health.
Welcome back. Top of the 6th inning. We had 2-1 your score. Oscaloosa on top. Paris Marsh coming to the plate for the Bears. Swinging on first pitch, sends it back out of play for strike one. Crump continuing to throw a good game in the circle for the Vikings. That one hit right back to her. She'll make the easy throw over to Evans at first for the first out of the inning. So one out now here in the top of the 6th inning. And that will bring Kirsten Mitchell to the plate. Had a big double back in the 4th inning that would eventually come around and score and break this tie in this ball game. Takes first pitch outside for ball one. The 1-0 pitch, hard hit ball deep into left field. Olette going back, not gonna have a chance. And Kirsten Mitchell once again changes the score in this ball game. Bears on top, 3-1. Just like that, one swing of the bat. We saw her do it back in the 4th inning. And again, her next time up here in the 6th. Mitchell, the second home run we've seen today, first of this ball game, and one swing of the bat makes it a 2-run ball game. Still one out here in the top of the 6th inning. And at the plate for the Bears, Harper Heston, the third baseman. Takes that pitch. 2-1 the count. Saw a pitch she likes, swung on it, fouls it back into the net. Count will even up at 2-2. Two-two pitch. Let that off-speed pitch go low and away. Fills the count up at 3-2. Crump trying to avoid a one-out walk off of that home run from Kirsten Mitchell. 2-2 the count, excuse me. And got her swinging for the second out of the inning. Nice pitch from Araceli Crump. Picks up another strikeout. 2 outs now here in the top half of the 6th inning. And that will bring up Lily Poland with 2 outs here in the top of the 6th inning. First pitch outside, didn't like it. Watched it go by for ball one. A 1-0 pitch on the way. Tried to go up high and get that one. Crump able to blow it by her. Evens it up at 1-1. The 1-1 pitch again. Crump liked that high and outside pitch, just not able to get contact on it. Twice now, Crump's got her to go up and chase that one. One-two pitch on the way, and another pitch in the same spot. And Pullen goes down on strikes for the third out of the inning, but not before A big shot from Kirsten Mitchell adds one more to the lead for the Oscaloosa Bears. When we come back, bottom of the sixth, 3-1 ball game here at Pinkall Field. Welcome back, bottom of the sixth inning here at Pinkall Field. Bears on top 3-1 over the 4-seeded Central Heights Vikings. Lily Poland in the circle for the Bears. At the plate for the Vikings, second baseman Macy Cubitt. The 0-1 pitch, tried high and away, just missed. Count even up at 1-1. The 1-1 pitch, got her swinging.
Shortstop and second, ready.
1-2 pitch put into play at short. Turner with the throw over to first. And the catch from Farmer for the first out of the inning. Nice play from Lydia Turner at shortstop. Hadn't got a lot of action, but mainly due to the excellence of Lily Poland in the circle. Just not a lot of balls put in play by the Vikings.
Shortstop, center field, be ready.
So with one out now here in the bottom of the sixth inning, Araceli Crump coming to the plate. Starts off with a high fastball, got her swinging for strike one.
Let's go, Lil.
The 0-1 pitch chopped away down the first base dugout for strike two.
Okay, be ready to move.
Crump gonna have to protect now, down 0-2 in the count.
Sir, Lil. He was 11.5 at shortstop, but he's 11.
The 0-2 pitch tried low, off speed, just misses. A pitch or two to waste for Poland, though, not wanting to put anything close for Crump. A good miss. Still ahead in the count, 1-2. Came back high. Good discipline from Crump to not chase that up high. Count even at 2-2. One out here in the bottom of the sixth. The 2-2 pitch got her swinging, and Crump goes down on strikes. Poland with her 12th strikeout of the day. We'll bring Sydney Evans to the plate for the Vikings. Trying to slap one down that third base line. Evans trying to use her speed and coming from that left-handed batter's box. trying to get on base any way possible here. Give the Vikings something to turn into a run. Again, out of the box as she's swinging. Down 0-2 in the count now.
Be ready where she's coming.
2 outs here, 0-2 pitch coming from Lily Poland. Chops that one. Looks like it came back and off the face mask of Evans. She'll come back into the batter's box.
Come on, Lil. Stay, Lil.
The 0-2 pitch. Got her swinging. Another strikeout for Poland. And we head to the top of the 7th inning here at Pinkall Field. Oscaloosa on top 3-1, trying to hang on to this lead. Don't go anywhere. More softball when we come back here on Eastus Media. Welcome back to Pinkall Field here on Eastus Media. Appreciate you if you've tuned in for the live stream, any portion of it today. Appreciate everybody taking the time to root on their team. If you couldn't make it here in person, we hope that we've provided a good broadcast for you, but it's not over yet. Top of the 7th, we had Oscaloosa on top 3-1, trying to pull off, well, on paper you could say an upset, but a 5-4. I don't know when you've got two teams that are so evenly matched, a 22-5 team in Oscaloosa against a 23-4 team. I don't know that I'd call that an upset. And a ball back up the middle to Crump for the first out of the inning. Retires Bryn King.
Now batting number 14, Maisie Peak.
So with one out now, Maisie Peak will come to the plate. And with Oscaloosa being the visitors in this ball game, we will play a full 7 innings. They've got the 3-1 lead right now, but would love to tack a few more onto it as they head to the bottom of the 7th. Oh, 1 count for Peak. Turns on that one. Fouls it back into the net for strike 2. Behind in the count now, 0-2 Peak. Gonna have to protect. Takes a close one for ball 1. One-two count pitch on the way from Crump. Tried another off-speed pitch. That one misses high. Count evens up at 2-2. Two-two pitch that time. Got her looking on strikes for the first out of the inning. And Araceli, second out of the inning, excuse me. That quick roller back to Crump to start this inning off was the first out. So 2 outs now in the top half of this 7th inning. And that one fouled, no play going to be made. That last strikeout by Araceli Crump put her into double digits today, so both pitchers in the circle in this ball game. Double-digit strikeouts, 10 for Araceli Crump to this point, and 13 for Lily Pullen. The 0-1 pitch. Inside, got her jammed up. Couldn't get a bat on it. Michaela Berry finds herself down 0-2 with 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. And another strikeout for Araceli Crump gets them out of the inning. But we've got one more half to play. 3 outs away, possibly, as Central Heights needs 2 to tie this ball game up. We head to the bottom of the 7th here on Eastus Media. Welcome back. Bottom of the 7th inning here at Pinkall Field. 3-1 your score. Oscaloosa on top. It's the Vikings with 1 half inning remaining to try to tie this ball game up and push it into extra innings or close it out here in the bottom of the 7th. They trail 3-1. It'll be Abby Rolette to start things off. Finds herself down 0-1. The 0-1 pitch popped up, and no play going to be made by Marsh behind home plate. That one hits the canopy in foul territory. Oh, 0-2 count. We've seen how dangerous Pullen is, especially with an 0-2 count. Just hasn't given a hitter anything to look at. Comes back high with the fastball. Rolette turns on it, and that one will go foul. Trying to become a lead-off runner for this Vikings offense here in the bottom of the 7th. Boy, against a pitcher like Lily Pullen, tough to do. The 0-2 pitch. Low and away. Taken for ball 1. 1-2 the count. The 1-2 pitch swung on, popped down the right field side. Farmer comes into foul territory and makes the first out of the inning. Maddie Farmer making that look routine for the first out. So with 1 out, 2 outs remaining here in the bottom of the 7th, it'll be Kaylee Latimer coming to the plate. And the Oscaloosa Bears only 2 outs away from advancing to day 2 of this state tournament. Got her swinging high for strike 1. Poland going low and away. That's the thing, when you watch Lily Poland pitch, you see a pitch like that, a lot of times you think a pitcher misses, but I don't think that's a miss with Lily Poland. As good as she is, she knows exactly where she wants to put that ball, and being ahead in the count 0-1, putting that low in the turf is a good miss. 1-1 the count here on Latimer. Gets her swinging on the off-speed pitch. Once again, ahead in the count here, 1-2 is Poland. And a check swing, no signal. Gonna throw down. Did it go off the bat? And I think Marsh just being careful there, throwing down, thinking it may have been a dropped third strike. They'll check down at first base and say no, it was not. So it'll go down as a ball. Count goes to 2-2. 2-2 pitch. Trying to go high with the heat. Latimer not chasing it. Fills the count up. Now a big pitch here from Poland.
Okay, everybody moving, everybody ready.
3-2 pitch outside right to the glove of Farmer at first base. And Farmer now responsible for both of the outs this inning. That one just one-hopped right into her glove. And now the Bears 1 out away from punching their ticket to day 2. That one right back up the middle. Poland gonna make a play on it. And she does. The Bears come away with a 3-1 victory. And they will advance to day 2 with a win over the Vikings of Central Heights. Another great ball game to close out this day here at Pinkall Field. Congratulations to the Oscaloosa Bears and head coach Aubrey Marsh. They improved to 23-5 on the season, and season hopes of a state championship still alive as they will play again tomorrow afternoon. Central Heights Vikings, congratulations on a great season. 23-5 is how they will finish under head coach Jamie Seacrest. They made it to state for the 4th straight time this year. An impressive season for Coach Seacrest and his girls, but the journey ends today after the 3-1 loss to Oscaloosa. What a fun day of softball. We'll take a quick break, 60 seconds, be back here and wrap up the day and get you all set for tomorrow here on Eastus Media. Welcome back to Pinkall Field as we wrap up day one of this two-day broadcast for the 2025 2-1A State Softball Tournament. If you've been tuned in to any part of the broadcast or still with us, or if you tuned in for all four games, boy, we greatly appreciate it here. I'm Cody Eastus with Eastus Media, bringing you all 8 games of this two-day tournament, and what a day one we had. Some great softball on display here at Pinkall Field. We saw things open up with an extra inning ball game in game one against Onega. Game one was Inman and Pittsburgh St. Mary's Colgan. Went into extra innings where Inman was able to come away with the 7-6 win in that ball game. They advanced to day two. They'd have to wait around to see who they were going to play, and that would be the winner of the Leon Blue Stem game against Onega. Another tight matchup as the 3-seed Blue Stem able to come away with a 2-0 win over Onega and advance to the semifinal round. So that will be your semifinal matchup for the 11 o'clock game tomorrow. Will be Blue Stem taking on Inman. And in the game 2 semifinal matchup, your two winners from the late portion today. Game 1 was the Cedar Vale Medicine Lodge game, and Cedar Vale able to come away with a 3-2 win. A close one there. Looked like Medicine Lodge was going to maybe make a surge late in the ball game. Not able to do enough to push it into extra innings. So their season comes to an end. Dexter Cedar Vale advances. And in the game we just finished up here, a close 4-5 matchup between the number 4 seed Richmond Central Heights and the number 5 seeded Oscaloosa Bears. Two pretty similar records, 22-5 for Oscaloosa, 23-4 for Richmond Central Heights. So a toss-up. We expected it to be a great game. We saw some great pitching on the mound between Lily Pullen and Araceli Crump. Double-digit strikeouts on the day for both of those girls. So impressive performances, but it would be Oscaloosa that would punch their ticket to day two with a 3-1 victory over Richmond Central Heights. So that's your lineup for tomorrow morning/afternoon. 11 o'clock, Blue Stem versus Inman. And then following that, Oscaloosa versus Dexter Cedar Vale. The 3 o'clock game will be the third place game. So whoever loses those first two games will turn around and play in that 3 o'clock third place game. The two winners of those semifinal matches, they'll be set for the evening game, a 5 o'clock first pitch scheduled for. And to be honest, we stayed pretty well on schedule today, despite that extra inning game in game one. So a champion will be crowned tomorrow for the 2-1A state title here in Pratt, Kansas. It all happens here at the beautiful Green Sports Complex at Pinkall Field. If you didn't get a chance to make it down today, get down here tomorrow. It'll be another great day of softball. And if for some reason you just can't make it, well, the next best thing is to tune in to Eastus Media YouTube. We'll be live again tomorrow, bringing you all the coverage. And again, I want to thank all of the sponsors that helped us do this. The City of Pratt as well. Big effort to put on this type of event, and they pull it off every year without a hitch. Shout out to some of our sponsors. Murphin Media brought us the lineups in Game 1, so appreciate everybody from the Murphin Media family. Game 2, we had TVL Sports Spotlight from Onega, the Onega Country Market, Kelzer Epoxy Coating and Flooring, the Onega Booster Club. Game 3, the Medicine Lodge matchup. They didn't disappoint either. We had Compass Irrigator Repair for Cedar Vale, Indian Oil, Southern Pioneer, and GNS Roustabout Services all pitching in, wanting to show their support for their team and the broadcast. So thank you to everybody, again, that helped with this broadcast. We're going to be back at it again tomorrow, same time, same place, here at Pinkall Field. Don't go anywhere. We've got day 2 to crown a 2025 2A state champion, and it all starts tomorrow at 11. That's going to wrap it up for us, for me, here in the booth today. Until tomorrow, I've been Cody Eastus. This is Eastus Media. A great day of softball and another one coming up tomorrow.